Hello, and welcome back. So, I'm just gonna say now, before we get really into the actual stream, I'm just finishing up something, and I kind of left it to go late on purpose, because I want to test something. And I hope you guys understand, as I'm testing if this game runs on stream when I've already got it open. Say hello to Legends of Runeterra in case you haven't ever come across it. This is going to be very brief because I'm just going to finish this Path of Champion. However, this is an attempt to see if this functions in this context, so I could potentially play it in the future or not. We'll see. At the moment, it's not looking like it is, because it's now on a stuck loading cycle. I'm kind of half hoping we're going to see the report where it can't do the server thing, because if that's the case, got it an answer. If not, I don't know. My assumption, though. This is a cool background, though. Could have that as your wallpaper. But yeah, like, the funnier part is if you kind of like look at this, you'll see that the computer's not actually overly lagging. It is pure and simply the internet connection network. That is what's actually going wrong with this, and I do not understand. So yeah, this has answered the question. The error doesn't need to come up at this point. Alright, I'm just gonna force close it. That's very weird. Alright. So, we're back. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about yesterday's games that I had and kind of my experiences playing some of my decks. Because I got to play the Yagdra deck once before the Friday Night Magic actually started. And then I got to play my Hasherton upgraded precon twice during the Friday night. One of the times I kind of just lost because I just didn't draw well. Which, yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things I need to change about the deck, and I know that. But it's also sometimes you just draw poorly. And then the second game, I'm tossing up whether or not I could have won, because that's the problem, is I actually don't know, because I think I swung with everything but 2 creatures. If I had a third one, then I would have won the game. I can't remember if I had a third one. And that's one of those annoying things. Because I would have swung to the person that had basically been fogging themselves constantly in the game, so I could never get damage through. There was one turn where they couldn't do it, and I swung pretty much everything and did 30 damage. But like, if I had lethaled them that turn, then I would have killed them, and then the other person would have just not been able to fight me. Even if they used a card that they had, I would have just been able to block them through and stop combat for the longest time, and it would have just been a slow whittle down. Which, yeah, I mean, that's one of those things, right, where it's like, I don't know, so therefore, could have been the case, could have not been the case, and it was me afterwards, I was just like sitting there like analyzing, what did I do right, what did I do wrong, what could I do for the deck to improve, but not like go too far. Is it worth trying to consider an improvement in that like niche case? It's a difficult one, right? But the Hasherton deck is getting quite far along. Actually, I want to pull up the deck list, and I want to kind of think, where am I at with completing this deck list? If you just give me a moment. I'll just use this one to get to it. Because, like, now I can also look at the deck objectively to see what might need to change as well. Oh, there's an estimated commander bracket now that it actually has. Because obviously the brackets will be quite strict. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Because, yeah, these are 2 game changes is what this, I believe, is indicating. Yeah, that's actually a thing that we can talk about a little bit, is the concept of the commander bracket stuff that's been shown. So yeah, we've got here, like, it's a very difficult one, and at this point in time, there's a lot of, like, up and down whether it's right or wrong. I still stand by it's in the oven. So, like, there has to be an acceptance that it is, like, not fully set yet and all that sort of stuff. So, I'm curious as to some of my other decks, like, what they'd rank as, because, so this is, basically, I believe this is considered an upgraded precon? Yeah, above strength, the average precon. I would consider this a little bit more than that, but hey. I'm incredibly bored. What are we talking about? Well, hello, incredibly bored. I'm talking about, so, Magic the Gathering. But what I'm talking about currently is that earlier this week, Wizards of the Coast, the people that do this, and now are in charge of, they're now in charge of Commander, right? They've been in charge since the end of last year. They've released what's called the brackets, but it's not fully official yet. It's kind of very loose guideline-y. And it's basically, this kind of ranks where your deck sits. It's not truly a good depiction of the power level of a deck, but it is a valid way of viewing the deck. Kind of getting a general idea. The problem is that there are plenty of decks that could go into, say, the bracket 1, which is basically the lowest bracket, which means that they're weaker than a precon, theoretically, that are like actual CEDH power level, which is the top end power. So it is flawed. It is very, very flawed. Didn't know, that's cool. It's a cool idea, and I would like, I just hope that they get the chance to expand upon it further. It's because, so this deck that I'm building at the moment is sitting in bracket 3. Which we can see here, beyond the strength of the average precon deck, no mass land denial, no chaining extra turns, and up to 3 game changers. So game changers are a list of cards. I'm wondering if I click on here. Cool. Here's the list of game changers. These are what Wizards of the Coast currently have as basically their on the list in between bans and play. This is, you're allowed them, but having too many of them are incredibly, like, important and key to look at. Can you link that? I mean, there's a full stuff for this. This is just looking in Architect, clicking on, because Architect now has it rigged in to check for this stuff. But these are the, basically the things. So if you have these in your deck, even one of them, you cannot be of the first 2 power levels, of the first 2 brackets. And bracket 3 allows for only 3 of these in your deck. Now, if you look at these, you'll kind of see, yeah, some of these are really strong ones. Baller's Citadel, I mean, Cyclonic Rift, sure. Fierce Guardian, sure. Enlightened Tutor, sure. Demonic Tutor, sure. Glacial Chasm is one that's a little contentious when you think about what Glacial Chasm does comparative to Ginger Tax's core Augur, which is an incredibly strong effect, versus this, which it blocks out a lot of decks, so I guess, yeah. Jessica's Will, sure. Rhystic Study, Thassa's Oracle, Smothering Tide, One Ring. Some of these make sense, some of these not really. I mean, Yuriko as well is such a toss-up because, like, it's actually not obscenely that strong. It's really good, but I would not compare Yuriko to Thassa's Oracle. So... yeah, I don't know. Also, it tracks tutors. I don't think there's a strict number yet, but you're allowed so many tutors based on brackets as well. Kind of thing. Chilling fun. Well, no, that's the thing, right? Freakazoid, keep in mind, when you're reading it, these are what's called game changers. You are allowed these in your deck. This is not ban list. This is the in-between of ban list and playlist. This means that they are called a game changer, and if you want to be in bracket, in any, like, so it's bracket 3, you're allowed 3 game changes. In bracket 4 and 5, you're allowed any. Limited list, not even limited list, really. Technically speaking, you're allowed as many game changes as you want if you're willing to go into 4 and 5 bracket. That's kind of the point. That's why the brackets aren't really that important. And for example, like the Friday Night Magic I do, they probably aren't going to ask me to declare what they are, as well as I was saying earlier, something can be bracket 1 and beat CEDH decks very easily. Like, there are some highly competitive, really fucking incredibly good decks out there that are bracket 1, which is basically, in accordance with their rules, worse than a pre-con deck. It's no 2-card infinite combos, no mass land denial, no extra turns, no game changes, and few tutors. I believe that is what bracket 1 is. So, there are decks I know of that have no mass land denial, no extra turns at all, none of these game changes, and have no tutors, and are genuinely highly competitive and powerful decks. Like, I've heard about Storm Artifact decks, and there's so many different ones. It's the problem with something like this. This is why, again, it's not a good representation of the actual power level of a deck. This deck, though, so it's not finished yet, but I did play it last night, the version of it that I currently have, and yeah, as I said, first game did not play very well. I did not hit white mana. I've now learned that I need to really heavily mulligan for white mana in hand, because black mana is pretty easily obtainable in this deck. Also, the artifacts I still need to just get rid of. Not these artifacts. The artifacts that are in there is because there's still the talismans and such that came with the precon. What bracket do you think people will like the most? 3 or 4 is probably the main ones I'm going to expect people to be in. Like, if I go through... I'm now curious, right? So I'm going to look at my decks that I know I actually have. The ones, like, behind me and stuff. I'm curious to see what it considers those at. Because I can tell you, for example, Savara Hungary. I've tweaked it only by 1 card now. This is considered a core. Okay. Because I was going to say, this one's garbage. But it's really fun. I like Big Cat being Big Cat. So this one is no mass land denial, no extra turns, no 2-card infinite combos, no game changes, few tutors. But it has 2 tutors in it. So few tutors is a bit, yeah. Actually, that's a good question. This is inaccurate, but I want to see what this comes up as. Because this deck's out of thing. This is considered a core 2. So core 2 is considered pre-con power. Keep that kind of in mind. Let's go look at... where is one of my, like, really... Actually, this is a very interesting point. Here we go. This is Brian's Dragon deck. This is, Brian Kibler's Dragon deck. This is a deck that's $6,000 US. Oh, it's now got 2 ban list cards in it now. With those 2. However, taking in consideration this is a fairly optimized deck, this is considered a fucking 3. This is a very, very competitive deck. I think I'm gonna sit somewhere between 1 and 3. Okay, so again, when it comes to the brackets, don't look at brackets, is the short answer for what you need to be doing. Because, again, let's actually look up... bracket system. So this was 3 days ago. I'm going to show this, and this is why I'm going to say do not give a shit about it. Here we go. These are our brackets. 1. No mass land denial or extra turns, no 2-card infinite combos, no game changes, few tutors. Next one, the change is no chaining extra turns, so you can have extra turns in there, but just not getting lots of them. 3 is you can have some late game 2-card infinite combos and 3 game changes. And then the 4 and 5, if you're wondering, I'm gonna go back here so you can see. There is no difference here, it is only the text up here, which is High Power Commander, it's time to go wild, and High Power Commander with a very competitive and metagame focused mindset. I have seen bad decks be sitting in 4, and I have seen very good decks sitting in 1. Thinking of, I'm going to build to a specific bracket is not good. Just build your deck. That's it. This is likely only going to influence when Magic does in-person tournaments. That is pretty much it. Like, I'm curious. What is a deck that I think has a lot of potential bullshit going for it? Actually, that's a good question. So, what is this one? I would objectively say this one's a bad one, but it's funny. This is considered an optimized deck. But just because it's probably got the land stuff, right? Because it's Blood Moon. Yep. If you look at this, one tutor card, one land thing, this deck is objectively not good, but because I have Blood Moon in here, it is a tier 4 deck. Now, I'm gonna be honest, Torment of Hellfire should probably be on the restricted list, as an example. I honestly think Bloodthirsty Conqueror should be on the fucking restricted list, but you know, because it's a really fucking good one, but the best decks suck except for this one thing making it valid. Well, that's the thing. This isn't a good deck. This is just a funny card. This ruins really high-end decks. This deck is not played against high-end decks anyway, because a high-end deck will just play around the vast majority of this deck. Ironically enough, this deck just makes blue players cry. That's all it's doing. Whereas like this deck, which I argue is like 1 or 2 cards away from basically winning, turning into full CDH, isn't going to be considered a full CEDH deck. It's considered a fucking upgraded precon, which admittedly I am kind of keeping it at that power level if I can. That was the intention of why I'm maintaining the zombie synergies of it. But it's like, this is the problem with the brackets, is that they don't encapsulate everything correctly. Like, okay, I'm curious, what does this deck put at? This is probably going to be a CEDH deck, right? No, it's an optimized deck. Right? And that is purely because it's going to have 2-card infinite. 2-card infinite combos. I have 5 pieces that do it. That's it. Otherwise, this would be a tier 3, and it's just those. And that's not even the core focus of the deck. But, by that same argument, this deck probably only needs a little bit of effort, and it should be a 5. In fact, I could argue this is a 5. Because the moment you start seeing stuff like the, fetch lands like this, should be considered a fucking CEDH, I'm gonna be honest. Like, those going in effectively, to try and, like, pull the land numbers down. Like, fuck, Bloodletter, Alkalots, I could make a very valid argument should be on the, Game Changers list. Like, that's the problem with the Game Changers list, is like, why is Glacial Chasm on there, and Bolas Citadel is as well? I would not put those at the same power level. Same with Vampiric Tutor and Thassa's Oracle. The list is so weirdly inconsistent in some regards. But yeah, here's your Game Changers list. If you're wanting to just see that there, there's a few issues with it, and it's just like kinda how it is, right? You can also technically see it, and I thank them for this. If you've got a Game Changer thing here, I can click on it here and it will show me the list of cards in Architect. Here, I'm sure you can probably do this with all of the other programs as well. For some reason this is taking forever to load. I'm sure the other websites like EDH Rec and all that, and have similar things where you could go look at the Game Changers. It's mixed feelings on it. Genuinely just mixed feelings on how it's handled and what's gonna come of it. think there's just a lot of missed things going on with it. And I stand by that. I don't think anyone's gonna dispute that idea. Yeah, that just hurts for now. I have plenty of faith. I'm not gonna say I do. Like, this is the issue with getting a larger corporation involved in an unofficial thing. So again, keep in mind, and this is a big thing to be like really careful with, Commander was an alternate form of playing Magic the Gathering that was invented by people that, like, just by the community, right? There is non-Magic the Gathering people came together and came up with this. And that's kind of why it's really awkward now, because now Wizards of the Coast are taking charge of it. I don't, like, the simple answer is, I just don't think that they're ever gonna get this right. Like, just straight up, it's impossible to get it right because you have to take into consideration so many things going on around it. But like, the reason why I'm pretty sure Bloodthirsty Conqueror is not on, like, say, this list here, on the Game Changer list, is because it's part of a 2-card infinite combo, and they're like, look, if you've got it in the deck, it itself isn't the problem, it's the fact that it can easily combo with things. If you've got one of those combos, then it's a combo. Then it means it goes to 4 anyway. But the thing as well is that, like, it's probably an effort to not have this list here turn into 700 cards, right? Because, like, at the moment, it's 40 cards. Let's be honest, 40 cards, if you think of all of Commander Magic the Gathering, that's probably not, like, a valid way of looking at all of the cards that have ever been strong, or, like, currently strong. Now, one thing they have said is that some cards are going to come off the ban list and go onto this list. That is interesting, and that's really cool, because that means it gives people a bit of a better way of curating their things. Because this isn't, like, to give an idea, Rule 0 is still always going to be the strongest power at the table. I could go to a table and the Rule 0 could be, we don't give a shit what your power level of your deck is, just play whatever you want. Which is kind of what we do at Friday Night Magic. Right? Like, fuck, one of the people there offered for me to play their decks, even one of their decks versus them, because they played an unupgraded precon. And it was the Doctor Who Villains one, which was fucking awesome, because I love that deck. Again, high list on things I want to get. Because it looks really fun. But, like, there's some cards here that I don't fully agree with being on here. There's some cards that I sit there and go, I don't put them in a comparable level, which now becomes this thing of maybe there needs to be tiers of the game changes, and now you're just getting even more complex. This is clearly an attempt at doing something that just isn't quite there yet, I think. And I think they've said it's not intended to be done by, like, April is the intention for it. So that's kind of an acknowledgement to be made. I do appreciate, though, that they've based, like, something that a lot of people have also said is, like, these are literally just, like, the cards that are at the high-end salt levels as well of, like, Architect and such. Like, these are the top-end ones that cause salt. And that's fair to rank it that way, and that's kind of the point, because, like, most of these cards, when you see them in a deck, you're like, oh, for fuck's sake, right? again, I feel like an ass putting Ginger Tax's Core Augur in my deck, but I also love it in that deck because drawing 7 cards is really fucking good, and blocking out my opponents is really good, and being able to get this down for 1 blue and 2 mana, so 3 mana total, is really nice. But it's just kinda, yeah. Right? And that's the important thing to acknowledge with all of this, is like, some of it's right, some of it's wrong. They're learning. They're doing a good job trying to. Anyway, to showcase some stuff that we've, now that we've been talking for a good half hour, I think we deserve to do something funny. So I'm going to enable my camera. Down here, hello. You get to see hand cam. And these are my packs that I have. I got these 2 for winning, well, not winning, for playing last night, and I bought another 2 with my big order. Now, the rule of thumb is it's $20 worth of card packs, so this is $8 and these are $12. That's why I've got the March of the Machines Aftermath Epilogue booster pack. There are a couple of cards in that I'm not against getting, so that's a big thing. But it is also just 5 cards. So the problem is I don't know which way around I'm supposed to open this one, so I'm just gonna open from this side, because I assume now I'm just gonna immediately say, Feast of the Victorious Death is a card that I'm actually, like, kinda happy to see here. So, if you're wondering, this one is a white and a black enchantment at the beginning of your end step. If one or more creatures die this turn, you gain that much life and distribute that many +1/+1 counters amongst creatures you control. There is a potential I end up putting this into my zombies deck. Has been a consideration for a while. The problem is that if I was committing more to the zombies, this goes in. If I was committing more to the combo bullshittery that I'm doing, this is less likely. However, it's probably going to go into my vampires deck that I want to do. So I'm actually very happy to see this, because that's like one of the few cards I really want out of this set. Harness Snubhorn. Or Harness Snubhorn. 1 white, 3 mana, 2/5 creature dinosaur. Vigilance! When Harness Snubhorn deals combat damage to a player, return artifact or enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Is that good? It's white. White likes that. I mean, it wouldn't be bad. Yeah, I could see that being decent. Metropolis Reformer. 1 white, 2 mana for a 2/3 Angel Cleric. Flying Vigilance. You have hexproof. Whenever Metropolis Reformer is dealt damage, you gain that much life. I mean, if you've got an Angels deck, that's probably really good, because there's ways of making this indestructible very easily. Kolgan Warmonger Foil Ogre Warrior for 1 red, 2 mana for a 3/2 haste. Whenever this attacks, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a dragon card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So, as I said, foil, yay. I mean, it's not a bad card, especially in like a green-red dragons deck would be pretty decent. And then this one, which is Animus Might. 1 green, 2 mana for sorcery. The spell costs 2 less to cast if it targets a legendary creature you control. Target creature you control deals damage equal to twice its power to target creature or planeswalker you control. That kind of doesn't sound that great. Like, of all of those bite effects, that doesn't sound that good, I have to say. Oh, and then also a one-sided treasure token that looks kind of cool. So, again, these packs aren't all that incredibly amazing, from what I was told, and outside of hitting one card that I'm happy to see, yeah, I kind of see the point, right? The biggest complaint is the fact that this is $8 for 5 cards. This is a horrendous conversion ratio. Right? So that's always a difficult one. Alright. I believe these are ordered in the order that I'm gonna want to show them off in. Anyway, so let's go through our 3 instant remastered packs. So I'm just gonna put those 2 here and that there to just kind of indicate where we're at. So these are the opened, these are the unopened. So, who loves that new pack smell? All those chemicals, yum. As an additional, so, makeshift Mauler, additional cost of the spell, exile target creature from your graveyard. It's a zombie horror for blue, 3 mana, 4/5. Yes! Okay, this is a good one. Village Rites. I'm happy with the Village Rites here, so that is 1 black for an instant. As an additional cost to cast the spell, sacrifice a creature, draw 2 cards. This is a great card to see. This is definitely one of those cards that I am very, very happy to see this one. Because, yeah, there are so many decks this can go into and just be good. Any deck that likes sacrificing creatures, it's just for good free card draw in there. Fucking 1 black mana for a card draw. And a deck that might also synergize with the sack effect, meaning you might get more shit out of them. It's so good. What the fuck is you? Epitaph Golem. 5 mana artifact creature for, and it's a 3/5. 2 mana, put target card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. I could see some decks that like that, but not anything that I'm interested in. Dawnheart Disciple. Whenever another human you control enters, this creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. I mean, decent in humans tribal deck? I don't think that's that good. Blood Mad Vampire. When this creature deals damage to a player, it gets a +1/+1 counter and has a madness cast. Interesting. Don't think that's that good though. Crusader Ordric. Power and toughness is equal to the number of creatures I control. Harvest Hand. I think I've seen this one before. So it's a 3 mana 2/2. When this creature dies, return it to the battlefield transformed. The transform is equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. As long as it's equipped by a human, it has menace. And its equip cost is 2. I mean, cheap blocker early for an okay-ish item after, meh. Galvanic Juggernaut. 4-mana thing. This creature attacks each combat if able. This creature doesn't untap during your untap step. Whenever another creature dies, this creature untaps. I'm sure there's some funny combos I could do with that, but it doesn't seem that great. Mist Raven. When it enters, return target creature to its owner's hand, and it has flying, but it is 4 mana. That seems kind of bad. Hellpack Resurgence. Flash. Each creature you control that has a wolf or that's a wolf or a werewolf gets +1/+1 and has trample. It is an enchantment with flash. That is a kind of spooky one. Go to combat step, flash that in, I guess. Or in response to blockers, I guess. Deathcap Glade. Comes in tapped unless you control 2 or more lands. Mystic Retrieval Retro. It's a sorcery. Return target instance or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand with flashback. So it's an is it flashback. Well, it's red flashback, but it's blue thing. Is this guy good? I can see it's been okay. Having flashback's not too bad. Oh, look at that. A Soul Guide Griffin foil. I have one of these already, but I didn't have a foil one. I mean, when this creature enters, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. Bit of graveyard hate, spirit, never too bad. And then Retro Forest. So that pack was... I don't know, there's some cards in there that might be very good, and I'm not sure about that, because I need to look. The main thing is, if it's kind of decent, but not going into a deck I plan on doing, there's a very good shout that that's getting fucking sold. Because I'm at that stage where, like, my collection's starting to just get filled with a lot of chaff. I wouldn't mind trimming that down a bit. Alright. But the problem is most of the chaff is just not worth anything, so yeah, I can sit there for now. And think about a deck that it can go into. Oh, well, we know we're gonna get a token at the back end that's double-sided. That's got a wolf. Ooh. Amazing. I'm gonna go a bit faster now, because otherwise this is gonna take fucking years to go through all of these packs. Just how it is. Right, Essence Flux, Instant Sorcery. Wretched Grift has emerged when you cast the spell, draw a card. I mean, yeah. Crawl from the cellar, return target creature from your graveyard to your hand, put a 1/1 counter on up to 1 target zombie you control. That's... actually might not be bad in my Hashiton deck at this stage. That's recursion for 1, like, that's 2 hand, target creature, so it doesn't have to be a zombie. Oh god, that's actually really good into the Hashiton deck. Wait. No, seriously. Wait, that's return to hand, I can then discard it again. And I can flash that back, so I can do that twice. Oh, that's actually really good. Yeah, I'm probably putting that in. That's incredible. Because, so again, to reiterate kind of how Hashiton works, when you discard, you can pay 1 blue and 2 mana whenever I discard a creature card. So each creature card I might discard at any instance is counted separately. 1 blue, 2 mana, I can make a tapped 4/4 token copy that's a black zombie. And then that card still goes to the graveyard. I then use that, pull it back, and discard it again, and I can put a 1/1 on the token copy that is already down, and have hashed and get another copy of it, and then I can do that again. If I've obviously got the mana for it, but I could do it over turns. That's really good. Mold Growth Millipede. When it enters, mill 3 cards, put a 1 on counter on this creature for every creature in your graveyard. Ooh, that's interesting. Could see that being kind of funny. Festival Crasher, Devil. I think I've seen that one before, yeah. Cather Commando. Sacrifice this creature, destroy target thing. Yeah. Desperate Farmer. Lifelink with a flip. Whenever another creature you control dies, transform this. And it just becomes a 4/3 with lifelink. Blood Artist. Yes! Oh, that I'm very happy to see Blood Artist. Welcome to the Aristocrats. Blood Artist, if you do not know, is an incredibly good card and one of the main cards you kind of want to get out of Instant Remastered if you're wanting cards out of it. It is 1 black and 1 mana for a 0/1 vampire creature. When this creature or another creature dies, target player loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. This is basically what enables your sack bullshittery. This is an incredibly good card. I'm very happy to see this. Pack Guardian. When this creature enters, you may just go to learn. If you do, create it. Oh, so that's, yeah, okay. Lumber Knock. Oh, that actually could potentially be decent. It's hexproof, and whenever a creature dies, put a 1/1 counter on it. Collective Defiance. Alright. Soul Cipher Board. The fuck are you? Artifact. It enters with 3 omen counters on it. Blue mana, 1 mana, tap, look at top 2 cards of your library, put 1 of them into your graveyard. Whenever a creature card is put into your graveyard from anywhere, remove an omen counter from the artifact, then, if it has no omen counters on it, transform it. And the transform is Cipherbound Spirit. Flying, this creature can block only creatures with flying. And it has 3 mana and a blue, draw 2 cards, then discard a card. Yeah, it seems okay. I don't know if it's that amazing. Okay. Foil Tragic Slip. Reminded of that one episode of Commander at Home where Ben Brode tragic slipped Shiro, and it was fucking tragic. Love old-fashioned cards. I do not like retro frames. I stand by that. So, again, this is one of those things where, like, taste can differ. I don't really have a like for the retro frames, because it's just the amount of space taken up by the border and stuff like that is really big. Just doesn't interest me, and I don't have any real care for, like, old school or anything like that, right? I did grow up with them, there you go, and that is exactly what I was about to say next, is that because I've only gotten into Magic recent, I don't have a attachment to it, right? Which is a big deal. But yeah, so Tragic Slip's very basic, we all know Tragic Slip. It's cool to see it foil. And then Retro Mountain, and then 2, so this is 2 wolves, it's a 1/1 Death Touch black on this side, and a green 2/2 on this side. There you go. But yeah, like, as you said there though, it's just like, anyone that played Magic back with retro frame, like retro frames being the only frame obviously, because it was how the game started, I get it. I'm not gonna say you're wrong for liking them. In fact, that makes a lot of sense, because there's a lot of nostalgia there. Since I don't have that nostalgia, I gain nothing from looking at them, and the style doesn't really do anything for me, so it just leads to that. And it's not me trying to diminish your feeling on it, it's me just being like, that's why I'm like, if I had to choose between a foil, like a retro frame and a non-retro frame, and they're the same cost and everything like that, I would choose the non-retro frame by preference. But that's the same argument of like, would you choose a foil or a non-foil if they're the same cost? So, well, probably the foil, right? Most of the time. I don't like foils that much, but like if they're the same cost or cheaper, they're probably the ones I'm getting. Spontaneous mutation, flash, enchant creature. Enchant creature gets -X, where X is the number of cards in your graveyard. Not a bad one, I guess. Falconwrath Torturer. I've seen this one before, I believe. Sack a creature. This creature gains flying until end of turn. If it was a human, get a 1/1 counter on this creature. Spore Crawler. When a creature dies, when this dies, draw a card. Alchemist Greeting. Kinda like that. Blazing Torch. Equipped creature can't be blocked by vampire or zombies. Equipped creature has tapped, sacrifice this torch. Torch deals 2 damage to any target. Is that? This creature enters, other creatures you control get +0/+1 until end of turn, so +1 toughness. Yeah, maybe. Another Harvest Hand. Wandering Mind. What the hell are you? When this creature enters, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a non-creature, non-land card from among them and put them into your hand, put the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order. It's an Is It card. Is that going into my Is It deck that I have? Probably not. I mean, it's basically, do you want a sorcery, enchantment, or instant, right? Are the main ones, or artifact, I guess. Because it's non-creature, non-land. So, there's a lot of options there, especially in my Is It deck, that would be decent. But like, is that really worth it? Not really. Tap 2 untapped creatures you control. This vehicle becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. So this is a vehicle, but it's not crew vehicle. It just requires just 2. So, yeah. If you're wanting Honeymoon Hearse. Shrill Howler. Transform this into Howling Chorus. Creatures with power less than this creature can't block it. When this creature deals combat damage to a player, create a 3/2 colorless Eldrazi horror token. That doesn't seem that great, I'm gonna be honest. Being a 3/5, it's very easy to get over 3 damage for a blocker. Overgrown Farmland. Oh god, Valorous Stance. That is 1 mana, 1 white. Choose one. Target creature gains indestructible until end of turn. Destroy target creature with toughness 4 or greater. I mean, that's not too bad for an instant. Well, hello there. Cultivator Colossus. Foil Borderless. Creature Plant Beast. It's 3 green, 4 mana, has stars for its stats, so power and toughness are equal to the number of lands you control. When this creature enters, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. If you do, draw a card and repeat this process. Isn't this a good card? Like, I'm pretty sure this is a really good card. Like, any landfall deck just fucking loved the idea of this card, I'm pretty sure, right? I mean, now I'm curious how much this is worth, though, because this is a foil borderless. And then, oh, it's a foil retro swamp. Not bad, is the thing behind it. Like, my immediate assumption is this is a very good card, though. So, I guess I'm happy with that. I don't have a deck for it yet. Like, theoretically, if you're in green and Cultivator Colossus is coming down, it's already a big... Because it's trample as well, right? Yeah. That's a big-ass thing. Okay, actually load the site that I tell you to look at. Come on, open up the thing so I can actually look at how much this card's worth, so I know if it's worth me keeping it for now, with the intention of eventually building around it, or get rid of it for now to just get other things. But yeah, I mean, overall, the packs were decent, I guess. That's not something to complain about. Also, yeah, I understand the lighting makes my hand awful when it's near the keyboard. I apologize for that. Not much I can do. Because that's how I get the lighting enough to get the tracking decent for, the VTuber stuff. I have to oversaturate the fuck out of myself. God damn it, why is it taking so long to get this sorted? Okay, there we go. And now, Colossus, ha ha ha. let's see. This version is like about $8, $9. That's not too bad. Probably worth keeping then. Can't complain. Also, I haven't looked at the fresh sales in my area. And no, it's not the ones you're thinking of. It's the boring Magic the Gathering ones. Let's actually have a quick squizzy, shall we? See if there's anything spicy. More Psychic Frog. I'm happy to see more of that, because holy shit. So that was the card that in my deck overperformed last night. That is the card that basically made me go, okay, this deck can actually be really fucking insane. Given to kind of explain, it is a trigger instant 0 cost, discard a card from hand, put a 1/1 counter on Psychic Frog. So I can just trigger it and I get a free discard, and I can then use Hashton off that. And then I can exile 3 from my graveyard to give it flying. So it actually ended up being like one of my biggest attackers in the later stages, just to really cement it in. That one's fun. I wouldn't mind to do a deck with that involved in it. Probably not as the commander, but definitely be funny. Oh, look at that! That looks cute. Rat Ninja. Ink Eyes. Lilia, owner of the Dark Realms, but it's the Bloomborough version, which is kind of cool. Then the Hazel. It looks like someone sold off a bunch of that one Commander deck. Which, I'm gonna be honest, that's the Commander deck I want to get. Right? Bunch of Fallout cards as well came in, seems. Oh, well, I can definitely see someone bought a specific thing and sold a bunch of things, which is fair. Which is what are these again? It's like, it's basically all the cards come together to make a picture. Some of them are really good, and a lot of them sell for a lot of fucking money. The problem is that the total cost, because there's a couple of places I've seen in New Zealand that have them still, the total cost of all of it together and then selling all of it isn't high enough to justify it. So you can't just do that. And the cards that I'd want out of it, some of them are the expensive cards, so I don't want to just buy it, sell maybe one $20 card and get like only not even 10% of the value back, basically. Seems a bit much. What the fuck is that card? Jadar. Ghoul-Caller Nephilah. Legendary Human Wizard, Mono Black. At the beginning of your end step, if you control no creatures with Decay, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decay. It can't block when it attacks, sack it at the end of combat. I mean, that's just... You have a thing for the next turn, I guess. Doesn't seem that great. Because a lot of the decks that are gonna wanna... would have that in there would be creating enough decayed stuff as well. Ironically enough, if it didn't have the prerequisite check thing, I don't think it would be insanely good. But it would be definitely a lot better. Birds of Paradise, a very fancy looking one. Oh, they got the borderless one. That's a cool looking one. If there was a foil of this, I would have forked out for it, I'm gonna be honest. Cause just like, pretty cat. Right? Pretty cat. Oh shit, black market. Duke of Splendor. Demir, what are you? Flying, Death Touch, Fairy, Noble. Other fairies you control get +1/+1. Whenever another fairy you control dies, you draw a card and lose 1 life. I mean, that actually seems decent, right? Because, like, there are a lot of fairies that you could just, like, spam around with. That actually seems like an interesting commander to build around. I'm gonna keep that there in case we get bored later and want to, like, play around with a deck design, which we're probably going to do soon. Okay, now I think I'm getting to the point of the cards that I've seen before. Yeah, this is the... Now I'm caught up. Okay, so it was only those cards there that are new to me. The rest are ones I've looked at already. That's an interesting one, though. I think the idea of this is cool. Alright, well, let's theorycraft one then. So, again, I'm going to say this now. I love theory crafting decks because it gives me an opportunity to look at cards that I might not normally, as well as get me better understanding of what could work together, how to build stuff together, and play from there, right? That's why the vast majority, if you look at my decks here, vast majority of these do not have. In fact, most of these are duplicates as well of attempted ideas. And some of them are just placeholders, so I have cards that I know I need to go look at later. And like what we kind of do often is, we'll just like, yeah, do this, is just get a commander or something and build around them. Now, is this going to be the commander in the end? We don't know. We just know that we're going to build with this as the commander in mind for now. While we pull up the interesting stuff for it. But I think this is a solid commander, because it gives you card draw. And it's cheap. Like, it's a cheap flying Death Touch threat that also has an anthem. This is a really good card, the more I'm looking at it. Like, this is definitely fairy decks. Alright, when you cast your first spell during each opponent's turn, create a 1/1 black fairy rogue. Whenever you one or more fairies you control deal damage, go to target creature that player controls. No, I don't prefer that as over this one. So these are the commanders that it suggests if you were to put this card into those decks, right? This one's probably more likely because it has one more color. Let's see. Flying, Death Touch, Leveling. Other creatures you control with flying get +1 attack. Whenever you cast an artifact or enchantment spell, create a 1/1 blue fairy creature token with flying. So that's where we immediately go, that would be really good. This becomes a great anthem for that if we were to do it that way. However, I actually prefer just sticking to Demir with this so far. Italian's probably just going to go into the deck if anything. Flying it, whenever another enters the battlefield under your control, each opponent loses life. That is, so this is a question here. This is flash flying, this is flying Death Touch. This is 1 mana less. Same sort of thing though, of where it's like cheap, simple commander come in, not too bad. Mixed feelings on it. That's probably one of the 99, honestly, to me. By looks, but hey. And then, who the fuck's running in the Dragon? What? Oh, yep, there you go. There's a Game Changer tag. Oh, you can't see it because it's on Yuriko in here now. See, I could make an argument for Rukarumel, because then you just name Fairy, or name whatever the fuck you want, right? Yeah, I'm gonna stick with this being the commander from those suggestions. Yeah, no, High Fairy Trickster has to go in, because that's just so good. Having it have flash and all my other stuff have flash just works really nicely with that. Mischievous Mystic, I have a bunch of copies of this, that would be tempting. Faebloom Trick as well wouldn't be bad, but these are when it dies, so we actually want to be swinging constantly with tokens, is the idea. So we'd want token generation for fairies, and would want benefits from that. So this one is when a fairy ETBs under my control, each opponent loses 1 life. So obviously, yeah, we're wanting to generate a lot, so having a simple ping thing for it's good. Alea, Cunning Conqueror, flying. Whenever you cast your first spell during each opponent's turn, create a thing. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good for getting more stuff down, and we're probably going to be casting a lot of flash spells. Other blue creatures you control get +1/+1. Other black creatures you control get +1/+1, but that is 4 mana for that. Oof. But it's +2/+2 for the vast majority of my deck, probably. We'll come back to that. I don't think it's going to be a great one, because at this point we've only generated black tokens. But at least it's a +1/+1, but it's a 4 mana anthem that I think is +1/+1 or +2/+2. That's kind of good. Glen, Indra Archmage. Flying, sacrifice this counter target non-creature spell and persist. When this creature dies, if it had no -1/-1 counter on it, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control with -1/-1 counter on it. So that's 2 counters that I can do with that, and I could potentially play that out for flash speed. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's another counter spell, right? Like, that's kind of the consideration. Rancor, Master of Pranks, Flying Haste. Whenever deals combat damage to a player, choose any number. Each player discards a card. Each player loses 1 life and draws a card. Each player sacrifices a creature. I mean, that just objectively helps us, right? Una, Queen of the Fae. Flying. Choose a color. Target opponent exiles the top X cards of their library. For each card of the chosen color exiled this way, create a blue and black fairy rogue creature token flying. That's a really good way of getting through our stuff. Though that is going to require quite a bit of mana potential to us. So we're going to have to find a way to generate mana. And Demir, which is not great. Brazen Borrower. I mean, the instant's good, but I don't know if the Brazen Borrower itself's worth it. Hello Forager. When it enters, you may pay X. When you do, you may cast target instance or sorcery card with mana value X from the graveyard without paying its mana cost. If the spell would be put into a graveyard, exile it instead. We'll look at that. We'll look at that. Tigwill's Scourging. 4 mana, 2 black. You may cast this as though it had flash by tapping 3 untapped creatures you control with flying in addition to paying its other costs. Destroy all creatures. Create 3 1/1 black fairy rogue creature tokens with flying. I mean, it's probably a good return to the board. It's not like full asymmetric removal. It is a good removal for this kind of deck, but it kind of sucks because it would it's like if I'm behind, it's great. But it's like I still have to tap 3 to get it at flash, right? There's other ways to get flash though, so. When this in ETBs, what are you? Put target creature card from opponent's graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. It gains haste at the beginning of your end step, exile it, and this has persist. I mean, it's good. I don't think it's that great. Scion of Una. Flying Flash, fairy creatures you control have +1/+1. Other fairies you control have Shroud. Ooh, that's good. Oh, well, figured it out. The reason why that's great is because so far we do not have much targeting our stuff. Archmage Echoes. Flying Ward 2. Whenever you cast Fairy or a Wizard permanent spell, copy it. That's just good. That's just objectively good for free. Hey, Matthew, how's it going? Flying. When one or more fairies you control deal combat damage to a player, put a 1/1 counter on that. When it dies, each opponent loses X life and you gain X life where X is its power. I mean, that's great because we're wanting to be hyper aggro with this, right? Because we want to either have our stuff dying from sacking or just throwing it at them and having our stuff deal combat damage is kind of how this is supposed to build. So it's a very aggressive build. So having a potential nuclear bomb seems pretty decent with Blade Corruptor. Good, very tribal. Yeah, so I saw Tickwill, Duke of Splendor in the shop. And I was just like doing my normal thing of looking through there, seeing cards, going, this seems interesting. What if I built a deck around it? And as you can see, we've only just kind of started with it. I'm still playing around with the concepts. I looked at a bunch of the other fairies that would work with this, and I still think this is just the better of the commander of the ones that I've seen so far. It's an interesting idea, but yeah, it's going to be a fairy tribal. It's the end point of it all. Counter target spell unless its control plays 2 plus an additional 1 for every fairy you control. So yeah, that's just really good because you're potentially going to have a lot on the board with this. Spell stutter. While normally just cost additional to cast the spells are not that bad, if I have like 7 on the board, that's plus 9. So that's a total of 9 cost that they have to pay for that spell, which is pretty damning, and it's not unrealistic if we do a bit more with duplication and power. We need more token gen. That's definitely what we need here. When this, let's see, Sower of Temptation. When this ETBs gain control of target creature for as long as this remains on the battlefield. I mean, probably. It's a good way to, like, grab a commander, or grab a combo piece out. Especially when this deck's trying to go aggro. As much as that's 4 mana, this deck's looking like it's going to have a pretty steep curve so far, so we're going to have to do something about the early game more. Talon of the Kindly Lord or Bitter Blossom. So, Talon we have seen, because I think it's one of the high suggestions for the actual alternate commanders as well. So the first thing I always look at when I'm looking at these is here. So yeah, Kindly Lord, I do know this, I've seen it, I've played against it, it's a bastard. Probably gonna go in, don't know. Bitter Blossom, I have not. That one. At the beginning of your upkeep, lose 1 life, create a black fairy rogue thing, flying. So yeah, that's probably going in just so we have more token gen. We don't have great health generation at this stage for this deck, so that's definitely a consideration of something we might need to resolve. Like, lifelink is not really present. The only life gain we have, I believe, is the Bladecrafter. Hey, you devil, how's it going? And that's more likely a win con. Melith the Gatherer? Hell yeah. Like, I still think this Glen Eldarin Liege is probably a wise addition, because at the minimum it's a 4 mana +1/+1 to all of my creatures. At the best though, it's a 4 mana 2/2 to the creatures, so it's just probably worth it. It's just the problem is it's 4 mana, but it is 4 mana with 3 Dimir points for it, which makes it like significantly better. I've convinced myself finally. I was gonna come back to it later, but the more we've done into this now, the better I realize it is. Children of the Apocalypse is a possibility as you're drawing cards as well. True. That would give us a threatening point with that. And there's easy ways in blue to also turn it into a fairy, even while it's like in hand. Yeah, just immediately I see it here. Reflections of Lijara. As it enters, choose a creature type. Whenever you cast a spell of the chosen type, get a copy. And then there's other ones as well that you can get. I know in blue that, like, I know there's a ley line for it, where you basically turn everything into that creature type. So it's gonna probably be working around that. We'll see. It may come into the battlefield as a copy of a creature an opponent controls, except it is a fairy shapeshifter in addition to its other types, and it has flying. Again, it's kinda hard to say no to something like that, especially knowing it maintains kindred, like, synergy. Ley line of transformation. Thank you. But I know that's also not the only one, right? It's just that's my example. It is like there is multiple ways off the top of my head to do it in blue, at least. So we'll probably consider that. It's also flash. It is a native flash effect. Yeah, I kind of wanna. The weakness this deck's looking like is it's just very 4 mana heavy. Like, so far I believe the curve's mainly sitting in the 4 mana category. So it's gonna be the question of how do we handle the ramp of this deck? Shadow Puppeteers. Okay, Fly and Ward. When it ETBs, create 2 Black Fairy Rogue tokens. Cool. When a creature you control with flying attacks, you may have it become a red dragon with base power and toughness of 4/4, in addition to its other types until end of turn. So that buffs up for a win. Is that enough to justify a 7 mana cost? So this is definitely going to be a blue deck primary. Yeah, it's Dimir, but it's blue deck primary, right? Because, like, most of the fairies are blue that we want. So, with that being the case, it's a blue deck primary. What is our mana options for that? How essential is Shadow Puppeteers? Dimir's quite limiting when it comes to some of this stuff, I gotta say. It's like, it's definitely a lot of spell tricks that we're going to be working with. I mean, I'd probably put in the, I think it's the Sapphire Amulet or whatever. More to draw from. I mean, yeah, like, objectively, it should go into the deck. I'm just trying to think the repercussions of having it in. Which I think is, we do need to add... I think, is it Sapphire Medallion? Thank you, yeah. Sapphire Medallion probably goes in at this point. As a way of making this deck cheaper by a long shot. Since it's a blue focus, black's just gonna be supplementary, and then the rest is Dimir anyway. And a lot of these do have universal costing, so it's very easy to just pull that down. It also means that, for example, the starter spell, the spell starter here is just going to be a 1 blue for potentially a just guaranteed counter spell. Just great. Distant Melodies probably just also good. Kindred Dominance is also really good. As like a fully just go everyone gets fucked other than me. Because we are a Kindred deck at this point. I think it's objective, like, we're not gonna be saying anything else. Black card I do like putting in any deck, I feel, is the, is Fel the Profane, is a removal spell. Fel the Profane, what was that one again? Wow, that's not how you spell it. I feel like I remember it, but... Ah, yes, Fel the Profane. I do want to get a copy of this, actually, for my Dimir deck that I have currently. Destroy a creature or planeswalker. Flip side is a slightly more spinny Shockland. 4 mana removal. The beauty of it is that it is, like, it's slightly expensive either side. But I agree that it's probably worth having in here. But it's like slightly more expensive than the average card on either side of it. But the point is that you're paying that extra when you play it for the fact that you do have both in your deck. It's a way of getting a land in without doing it all. Patchwork Banner might be worth it. Yes, Patchwork Banner is probably going in. Also, Reflections really should go in, because we already have some duplication, and a lot of these fairies, like, getting duplicated out would just exasperate the board very quickly. So again, now, one of the biggest things we need to do is cost reduce this deck. We need mana generation and cost reduction, is what we're really going for. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think any of like these suggested game changes are worth it in this deck. Because like, Cyclonic Rift is probably the only one that I could consider of these like suggestions here. Fierce Guardianship would probably not be too bad because our commander is 3 mana, so it can come out pretty easily and cheaply. But, yeah. No. Fairy Formation, flying, 5/4. 3 mana and a blue to create a fairy token and draw a card. That's probably just good. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I just read the card here. Cloud of Fairies. Hang on a fucking minute. Cloud of Fairies. When Cloud of Fairies enters the battlefield, untap 2 lands. There are so many ways to flicker that. The question is there any infinite ways to flicker that I can do with a net positive? I mean, it's definitely coming in because it goes down for free, at the very least. If not, it potentially makes it positive because of the way we got stuff. I mean, Fairy Formation probably should go in. Just because it's also a good thing for that. Flying Death Touch. Whenever you cast your first spell, each opponent, during each opponent's turn, look at the top card of that player's library. You may exile it. Oh, you steal it. Okay, no. That's not what this deck's going to want to do. Battleline gives you positive mana? Yeah, it does. That's a good point. Okay, so we are probably gonna take the Dimir bounce land. I definitely agree with that. Let's see. When you cast your first spell during each opponent's turn, look at the top 2 cards of your library. Put one of those cards in your hand and the other into your graveyard. I don't have graveyard synergy yet. How much graveyard synergy do we think we're getting? I'm gonna leave that alone for now. Because I don't know if for 5 mana, 1/6 flash flying, it's great. Does mean that we get like a draw and 1 removal, so we can shred through our deck a bit. Even just that argument alone made it tempting. We don't need to have graveyard synergy to just toss shit in the bin. Mocking Sprite is really good for us, because it means that we can lean more into spells as well. Also, Fairy Seer, I mean, is probably worth. For now, I will say it's worth, but, like, it's definitely a card if we need to remove it later, we can remove it quite happily. It's a 1 mana, 1/1 flying when at ETB Scry 2. Scrying 2 is nice, but not essential. Spell Starter Sprite might be good. I'll keep that in mind. Because again, like, it's not always going to show all the cards, right? One of my fairies, you control, deal combat damage to a player. That player creates a pirate creature token with the Screech can't block. Creature is goaded for the rest of the game. I don't like that one. Like, while I'm being aggressive, I'm not gonna want the board to be aggressive. And like making threats everywhere, maybe. Mill 4 cards, then put an instant sorcery or fairy card from among the mill cards into your hand. That's actually probably worth it then. Quickling, Flash, Flying, ETB, sacrifice it unless you return another creature you control to its owner's hand. Maybe. Flash, Flying, Stutter Sprite, here it is. Counter target spell with converted mana cost X or less, where X is the number of fairies you control. So it's basically the inverse of Spell Stutter. So instead of making them pay the cost, it just stops anything below the cost. So yeah. Return target spell to its owner's hand, so of decent. When it ETBs, each opponent discards a card. I'd mainly be running it for the fact that it's a soft counterspell. And Talon, I mean, I have mixed feelings about playing Talon. It just feels like such an asshole card, but it is objectively the correct thing to do here. Right? Like, to be fair, this is a deck I'm probably not actually building. I'm just designing it, right? Fairy Mastermind. Flash Blind. When an opponent draws their second card each turn, you draw a card. Each player draws a card. I mean, that's just like a fairy-orientated heuristic studies, right? Well, not heuristic studies, but like a way of getting through things. It's second card, you draw a card, so it stops card draw decks from getting too far ahead of you. Talon's Messenger. Whenever you attack one or more with one or more fairies, draw a card, then discard a card. When you discard a card this way, put a 1/1 counter on target fairy you control. Cycles faster. Gets through the deck. We do need to probably just stop with creatures as much and start looking at instants and sorceries. Oh, Fairy Harbinger is probably just good. Just, it's a tutor. Night Vile Sprite, no. Surveil's not what we want here. Draw a card, discard a card, becomes a token in your graveyard, except it's flying and has this ability. Activate it as a sorcery. Hullbreak Horror. Flash Flying, ETB, creature. Look at target player's hand. You may choose a non-land card from it. If you do, that player reveals the chosen card, puts it on the bottom of their library, and then draws a card. Like, I just want a couple of ways to draw additional cards and ways to make things cheaper. Champion a fairy. What? When this comes into play, sacrifice it unless you remove another fairy you control from the game. When this leaves play, that card returns to play. When a champion is championed with when a fairy is championed with misbind thing, tap all lands, target creature. What? I feel so confused at this wording. So when it comes into play and I sack, or attempt sack a fairy, I tap all the lands a player controls. There's Trident of Thassa. Yeah, I do know Trident of Thassa is a good option, especially knowing that we're going to be aggro attack. It's 100% the correct answer. Coastal Piracy. Don't know that one. I mean, this is good into, like, another blue deck, right? Or, well, it does have flash in natively, so it is a solid way of shutting down a turn on the upkeep. Whenever a non-token creature enters the battlefield under an opponent's control, create a token that's a copy of that creature except it's an artifact in addition to its other types, then exile all other tokens created with Fairy Artisans. Not sure on that one. Same card draw effect. Oh, okay. Spirit Noble. Nah, I don't think that's worth it. Same CMC as well. Oh, okay, I'll keep that in mind then, yeah. When you draw your third card of a turn, return this from the graveyard to the battlefield tapped. We can probably get that, like, back somewhat consistently. Emrakul's Messenger. Eldrazi Fairy. When you draw your second card each turn, get a spawn that's sack and get one colorless. The problem is it's devoid. So it doesn't benefit a lot from a lot of the other things we've got going. Oh hell, the Eldrazi Queen. God damn it. No Eldrazi. I do need to do an Eldrazi deck one, like a proper one. I think it'd be funny. Lifelink as long as you control another fairy. Well, I mean, that's probably going to be very often. Gets attack until end of turn. It's probably not a bad one. No to Roaming Throne. No. It's just not worth it in this deck. Because the problem is, and this is where it gets really funny, right? This deck wouldn't mind Roaming Throne if it was a fairy in hand. But it's not a fairy in hand, it's a fairy on entry. Curiosity. I mean, it's probably worth to have Enduring Curiosity. Because we're just going to be throwing fucking fairies at people with this deck. And it's a Enduring creature. It's one of the Enduring, so it's just an enchantment when it dies. For attack a creature an opponent controls that was dealt damage this turn. Interesting. Down to the number of blue permanents you control. That would be pretty fucking high. Just saying that now. Target fairy or elf gets lifelink until end of turn. That's actually kind of tempting, but... Look at its altered and you'll see. Let's see. Enduring Velocity. Oh my god, I already see it there. My god. That is actually gorgeous. That is actually just fucking amazing. Oh my god. Ugh, that makes it look worse like that. But that's a confetti foil, right? That looks so good. Not gonna lie, that's one of those things where, like, if I ever pulled that, I'm making a deck with that, regardless of if it's a good idea or not. You may sacrifice an artifact, enchantment, or token as you cast a spell. It was bargained. Each opponent loses life and you gain 3 life. It's 10 times more expensive, but it's 10 times more cute. I mean, exactly, right? Nah, I gotta make an enduring deck where it's got all of the endurings in there. That would be the right thing to do, right? Oh yeah, we got Blood Artist earlier, by the way, Matthew, when we were opening packs. I'm very happy about that. I got some decent-ish cards, I would argue. I'm not too confident, because again, it's some of them I don't know. One of them, though, I'm pretty confident is a good card, and it was one of the last ones we got, which is a foil full art, alternate art, Cultivator Colossus. Which I'm like, it is a card that I would probably toss into a deck at some point. Number of fairies you control, you choose one of those cards. That player discards that card. Choose a battlefield, choose this, choose a You do discard a card. Alright, now we're starting to get to the stuff that really is going to make the meat and gravy of this deck. The spells. So, Arcane Denial is just good. Almost all counter spells are really good for this deck. Especially the ones that, cost, like, not just 2 blue, like counterspell itself. That's good in a landfall or a stompy. Had to put down 10 land during playtests on my Kona deck. Yeah, like, it's definitely, I want to do a landfall deck at some point, whether it's the Cascade landfall deck or just like a raw, like, Tatuva, sort of like landfall deck. Just basically either the Cascade one that I've shown before, just altered, obviously, it'd be a little bit better, or a Simic landfall deck, right? Because I believe it's only play from hand is the thing, right? I also got a foily retro swamp in the same pack. It's kind of funny. Land from hand, yeah. Land from hand, draw a card. Land from hand, draw a card. Yada yada yada. Reality Shift. Exile target creature. Its controller manifests the top card of the library. Target creature. Return target to untap 2 lands. Snap, you say. Oh, snap. Draw a card for each attacking creature. Until there is no land in hand. Yeah, but like, there's probably ways to do some silly with it. Frantic Search is probably just really, again, a nice one in here because if we cost reduce it a little bit, it gets just better, right? Which we've already got 2 ways to cost reduce. Because we've got one of the sprites, I think it's Mocking. Instant sorcery costs 1 less. Blue spells cost 1 less. There's probably other ways that we have to reduce the cost of some of these spells. Put onto the battlefield, under your control, all creature cards and all graveyards that were put there from the battlefield this turn. Run away together. That might be funny. But yeah, so Counterspell probably doesn't go in here just because it is a, 2 blue. And I don't really want to spend too much on things. Probably still goes in though. No, I'm not gonna put it in because I stand by my rule of it's probably just not worth it. Reveal top 5 cards of your library. An opponent separates them, put one in your hand and one in your graveyard. Yeah. And I do not like these sorts of effects, personally. Just because there's so much room for, like, unfunness. It's a cool politics tool, but it's just something that my brain doesn't like. Like, I don't want someone to ever target me with those, or I don't want to target, I don't want to be the one to choose the piles. I don't want to have the piles have to me choosing. Like, I don't want anything to do with those sorts of effects. I don't like them, personally. Whenever a non-token creature enters the battlefield under an opponent's control this turn, create a token copy of that creature. That'd be funny. Target creature gets -/- until end of turn. That creature gets an additional -3. If you control a fairy as you cast this. Okay. Just hope you don't play against Toymaker. The fuck's Toymaker? Discard a card from your hand. Target non-creature artifact becomes an artifact creature with power and toughness equal to its converted mana cost until end of turn. Huh. Interesting. Wrong Toymaker? Oh. Oh, this one? Celestial. The Celestial Toymaker. Okay. Oh god, it's a Doctor Who one. Alright. Whenever the Celestial Toymaker attacks, look at the top 3 cards of your library. Exile any number of them in a face-down pile and the rest in a face-up pile. Defending player chooses one of those piles, put the pile in there in your hand. At the beginning of each end step, each opponent loses 2 life for each spell or ability that caused one or more players to guess or to oh, Jesus, no. I hate it. I really do. Oh, no. No. Like, I love Doctor Who. I love it really, really dearly. But, like, that genuinely would just frustrate me. Because the problem is I second guess myself so much already with things. This is one of those things that I'd sit there and go like, I need to make this decision. I don't know what to fucking choose. Don't ever make me make those decisions, please. Just don't like it. Turn target creature, its owner's hand, draw a card, destroy 2 target non-black creatures, you lose 5 life. Ow! Negate probably goes in, just nice again. Fairy Trickery, counter target non-fairy spell. If that spell is countered this way, remove it from the game instead of putting it into the owner's grave. Ooh. He's an old Doctor Who foe. Oh yeah, no, I do know I do know the toy maker so the thing is, the toy maker is a very, very old villain in Doctor Who. They fought once on the edge of the universe where, like, it was the situation. It was a weird one. And that's what enabled the toy maker to even get into our universe. And then, like, it laid all the traps slowly over reality and space. And then that's what is dealt with in the 14th Doctor into 15th Doctor. I know about it. I haven't watched it fully yet. I really can't wait to, because honestly, the Toymaker stuff, Neil Patrick Harris is an amazing actor, and he killed that role from what I saw. Like, no one could do better than him. The giggle, yeah. There's other, like, cosmic celestial entities that sit on a very similar kind of category as stuff like the Toymaker that has existed before. In fact, one of them was a major deal mainly in the fucking Sarah Jane Smith series, I believe it was. I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's the Trickster, I believe. Because they turned up in Doctor Who originally when with Donna Noble, and they tried to get her with a bug that altered reality. Is it Trickster's Brigade? Is that what they were called? Because it's an entity that feeds off chaos, if I recall. And the fact that I can kind of remember some of this should say way too much about me. Card with flash, reveal it and put it in your hand. I mean, this is just good, right? We've got a lot of flash. The Trickster and the bug is the Time Beetle? Yes. It goes back into someone's time stream and alters a point with a singular decision, normally not doing much. And but the problem was that it was an effect that affected the Doctor, which is a cascading effect that made a alternate reality. Which was the problem for Donna. She was too powerful around all of reality. Like, she was too much of a center point for a lot of events. So she caused a massive cascading effect. The Beast is a part of the Pantheon. So again, the beauty of Doctor Who is that there are celestials, gods, all sorts are talked about in it, but none of them are treated as such. They're just treated as a thing that's really strong. All by turning left? Yeah. Gotta turn right. Gotta always turn right. But yeah, like, so the Beast as an example is like, that's, the Doctor even said in that, it's like, I acknowledge you exist. I do not acknowledge what you stand for, basically. Like, I acknowledge that you are here in this moment as a thing in front of me. And that's the beauty of Doctor Who, is it's like, I'm not going to disprove a religion, I'm just going to acknowledge what's in front of me. Belief is something that the Doctor doesn't really rely on. It's trust, if anything, and that's kind of cool. Another tap one. Swan song. Have you seen the... We looked at it last time, but the swan song for fucking the new Miku thing looks so good. I hate looking at it when I do. Hey, Village Rites. That's another card we pulled, by the way. I'm very happy seeing Village Rites. from the pools. Okay, this is probably when the deck's going to explode a little bit because we're going to hit a lot of like fairy creations. Prowl. You may cast this for its prowl cost if you dealt combat damage to a player this turn with a rogue, which we probably will because we're creating a lot of tokens. Rogue fairy tokens. Great. We exit the damage dealt to an opponent this turn. If the spell's prowl cost was paid, take an extra turn after the... I mean, I don't think we need to discuss why that's probably getting added, right? I think it's pretty clear. Turn target creature with converted mana cost X to its owner's hand. You create X fairy tokens with flying. That's so good. Get it? Yeah. It's good in here. Get over here. Stolen by the Fae. Just seems really good. Nightmare Making. Exile target each creature with power greater than the number of cards in your hand. Exile each creature with power less than. We're not going to have big things, and we're probably going to have a big hand. That might not be a bad one. Like, genuinely, we probably have a decently sized hand at any given time. And it's unlikely that our creatures are going to get big. We're going wide, not tall. Right? Also, wait a minute. Was that anime art again? God damn it. I'm not going to lie, that does look kind of cool though. But, god damn it, anime art. Nightmare I'm making. The problem is that it's black. And, like, we're a blue-centered, deck. Like, we're gonna probably struggle with black mana a little bit. So, I don't know if I want to do a 2-pip black spell like that. Return all creatures to their owner's hands. For each opponent who controlled a creature returned this way, you create 2 fairy token creatures with flying. This creature can only block, creatures with flying. Gotta love Jumpstart. I kind of am tempted to get more Jumpstart cards because there are some cool ones in there. But also anime cards are kind of funny. The problem is, and I talked about this with someone at the local store, is that the anime cards individually, they look pretty decent, but the problem is all of them look so fucking samey. And it just... Herald's Horn and Urza's Incubator. True. There is some cost reduction there. The things as well. Yeah. They'll probably be in here. I mean, we are a Kindred deck, so Urza's Incubator is probably correct anyway. It's also... Isn't it blue? Or is... No, it's not natively blue. Why do I think it's natively... I think there's another artifact that's similar that's got blue mana for its cost. That looks similar, not is similar. Return all creatures that aren't the chosen type to the... Oh, yes. Raise the Palisade is insanely good with the fairies. Toxic Deluge is going to wipe my board and not other people's more often than not. You may cast this as though it had flash if you pay 2 more to cast it. Each creature your opponent controls, for each creature, create a cursed roll token attached to that creature. If you control another roll, put it on. Enchanted creature is a 1/1. How often does that actually save you? Urza's mainly blue character, so it makes sense. That might be what I'm thinking, is the fact that it's like, the amount of times I've seen Urza as just a blue character might be messing with me. Choose a creature type. Creatures that aren't their chosen type get -3 until end of turn. Like, this Antics one is... It's difficult to say this is bad, but I don't think it's good enough. Because the problem I have reading this, right? So I give every creature my opponents control a cursed role. So all of my opponent's creatures become 1/1s, base 1/1s. The problem is, unless it's one really fucking tall thing, I'm spending potentially 6 mana to, like, poly a single thing on their turn. Or a couple of things, sure, might get hit by a thing. It's good, it's just, is it good enough? Because, like, most of the time, if there's a lot of big things coming your way, it's probably because of, like, external effects giving them stats. Like anthems, like counters and all that. Those aren't getting changed by this. This is just base stat that's getting changed. And in the games I've played, I've very rarely died to something because of that. That isn't just like a token that they're going to generate a shitload of anyway. That's my problem with that one. Draw 3 cards, create a fairy token. The problem is there is 5 mana for that. I don't agree with that. Winged Words, cost 1 less, draw 2 cards. Really only affects Stompy? And the problem is, it's like, it's raw Stompy as well. So it basically counteracts Golter and Golter decks, and that's it? So like, a Genesis wave comes down, sure, you probably fuck up a lot of stuff, but like... wouldn't it be better to just have another counterspell in to try and counterspell the Genesis wave? Wild statement on that. Skull Clamp, god damn it. It is probably good. But yeah, so there's Biden of Thassa. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage. Yeah. Fucking Biden instead of Trident because it's a fucking... It's so stupid. Wayfarer's Bauble. Why is it so high in the list? Is it because, like, fairy decks are kind of on the cheap side normally? I say that, this has gotten very expensive. And that's primarily because of, yeah, just a handful of cards that rocket up the price a bit. That makes sense, but... Wayfarer's Bauble, is that good into this deck? I mean, it probably wouldn't be bad. But, like, there's so many other things I can think that are better. Like, Vanquish's Banner probably should go in. Right? Because we're just gonna draw through our deck at that point. Herald Horn. Again, it's one of the better Kindred effects. Door of Destiny is... Whenever you cast a spell of the chosen type, put a charge counter. Creatures you control the chosen type get +1/+1 for each charge counter. That's probably not a bad one. It's the problem is it's 4 mana. Coat of Arms. Each creature you get +1/+1 for other creatures in the battlefield that share type of a thing. Coat of Arms is probably a worthwhile one, maybe. Yeah, there's Ursa's Incubation. Cost 2 less to cast. There is some insane effects that come out with that, because there's a lot of these that cost 2 or more. Like any mana, so it's really tempting, but is it the right choice here at this stage? Just for 2 less. The problem is, like, Herald's Horn is 1 less, sure, but it's also really good because it gives us the other effect. Sapphire Medallion is all spells, so it's really good. Urza's Incubation, I think, isn't enough to justify it because, like, the case scenarios here aren't high enough. Like, it means Shadow Puppeteers comes down probably more effectively. And like a handful of these also just come down for their base costs. But like, we've already got a little, it's probably enough redundancy though to add it in. It's definitely a potentially bad inclusion. Phyrexian Altar. Right, reconnaissance mission, because now we've got to get to enchantments as well, and we still haven't put lands in, and we're sitting at 49 cards, so I've got to keep that in mind. So, reconnaissance mission. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you may draw a card, and it has cycling. That seems really good here. Better Blossom already added in. Kindred Discovery. Choose creature type. Creatures you control of the chosen type enter the battlefield or attack, draw a card. So, with the addition of that, I'm actually going to add in the one, the only, the Thassa's Oracle to this deck now. Because we should have a consistent amount of card draw to cycle through our deck. So, and being predominantly blue as well, Thassa's Oracle probably blows this deck out the vast majority of the time. The fact is, by the way, I would argue this deck's not insanely good, but it's pretty decent. It's still just fucking slightly upgraded goddamn precon power level. I don't agree with the bracketing. I don't think it gets it right, but hey. Okay, background. What's this one? Whenever one or more non-token creature you control deal combat damage to a player, create a airy dragon creature with flying. That actually sounds really good. Favorable wins. Creatures you control with flying get +1. It's 2 mana Anthem. Creatures without flying get -2. I mean, all of our deck is flying, is it not? Aside from like the Thassa's Oracle, I'm pretty sure everything's flying. Even the tokens we're making are flying. That's not flying, I guess. But that can die quite... Yeah, no, gravitational shift might be fun. Jace, Wielder of Mysteries, or Laboratory Mechanic might be better. I mean, why not all, right? All fairies have flying. Yeah, so I think gravitational shift isn't actually a bad shout because it does, it's like a safety thing. It's our form of propaganda, I guess. Ley line of anticipation is really good for us. It's nothing like propaganda, it's just damage reduction. So what I mean by that is our version of it in the sense that, like, it doesn't want people attacking. Now, mind you, the difference is that it's an AoE effect and it will affect everyone attacking everyone, but it's the position that propaganda kind of takes, where it's stopping attacking against you. That's kind of what I mean by that. Because in a sense, you could argue propaganda is also damage reduction. Because propaganda is damage reduction. It slows down how many attacks can probably come at us out of the early game. And when it gets to the late game, it becomes a lot less useful. Whereas this becomes kind of universally good across the board. It slows down the early game and it reduces the late game potential of a lot of specific decks. Mystic Remora? Fuck no. Today's the day. Huh? Need to unsingle myself? I mean, if you think of it like that, you're gonna do worse. I forget what day it is. I kind of forget almost actively at this point because of what happened last year. Being in a relationship with the wrong person sucks complete ass, and most of the time that's going to be what happens if you dive into it thinking you need to be in a relationship. Okay, so 3 Tree City is probably just correct. Especially knowing that we have ways to untap a land. That's just gonna be insane. Is Reliquary Tower a good idea? We're going to have a lot of card draw, but are we not just going to try and cost reduce and mana ramp enough to compensate? For needing no max hand size? I feel. Mystic Sanctuary is good though. Being able to recurse an instance or sorcery from the graveyard to the top of the library, it's not bad. Urbog, no. I mean, it would compensate. We wouldn't need to add basically any swamps. Not adding many anyway. Mill 3 cards, then return a creature or planeswalker from your graveyard. Your hand. This probably costs 1 less for each legendary you control. No. Thor Vessel would be better, but Tower might be good. It's a difficult one because, like, yeah, I kind of agree. Like, the thing is, we're drawing a lot, potentially, but are we drawing enough to care about potentially having to discard from time to time? Yeah, I guess. It's probably enough to add it in, but not be, like, too fussed about it. Enters the battlefield tapped. Scry to activate only if you control a legendary creature. I mean, we don't have that many legendaries in this deck. Castle Ventress. Serious about the fact that I will be able to pick up some neat VTuber lady. The plan to pull it off is just that complex, but at least not complicated. Sure. Believe in whatever you want to believe in, my man. Go right ahead. I mean, this Castle Ventress is like, is it even worth it? Oh, do we really want to spend 4 mana to scry 2? Like, it's an island that probably comes in untapped. Except it's not an island. I don't think it actually offers anything really of large scale enough benefit. Now, this is where we get to an interesting point. I think we do add Demir Signet. I'm not actually a huge fan of those signets normally, but I think we add it here. Sol Ring is less valuable? Like, a lot less valuable in this deck, because the vast majority of our costs are raw mana. So, I don't think it's that worth it. People could meet through WoW back in the day, then why not give it a few shots? They got similar interests. I mean, okay, you want me to say very sternly on this one, if you want an actual statement on it, and not a joke one? The serious response is going into anything with the expectation or intention of getting a relationship is the worst thing ever. Let it be natural. Do things you're interested in. Keep doing those things you're interested in. If something happens, something happens. Relationships are non-essential, especially romantic ones. What's more essential is relationships where you get to be yourself. Friends, family, I guess, if you consider that as well. But those sorts of ones. I value my connections at the local game store far more than I would care about getting a relationship. And this is coming from someone that has been very heavily burnt by how getting in a relationship can do things with my ex-fiance. I'm not going to get into that one again today, because that's just not a fun experience, and I don't really think it's correct to do. But that's what I was saying, yeah. It's a bonus, or that's why I said, this is me giving a serious response. The problem is, you're making it a little not clear if you're being serious or not. Thanks, also the music's very fitting while you're saying that. Yeah. This music sometimes, man. It's fucking all over the place. Talisman of Dominance is probably a worthwhile addition. Do we want Sol Ring in here? Probably worth it. Talisman of Dominance is very good. Fell War Stone. No. I want Fell War Stone. Misleading Signpost. Flash. Whenever this enters the battlefield, during the declare attacker step, you may reselect which player or permanent... Hang on a minute, wait, what? When Misleading Signpost enters, during the declare attacker step, you may reselect which player or permanent target attacking creature is attacking. So, if someone does something in response to attackers declared, I can then redo everything. Sounds classic Looney Tunes switching sign gag. It's kind of funny. So it's only one, though. You can do it in response for attacker declare. Oh, yeah, you could just do it to another person as well. I forgot, yeah. You don't need something else. Well, I'm more meaning, like, if I was attacking someone and they did something in response to me attacking, they could switch it. But no, you've got a point. I could swap someone else's combat and send it somewhere else. That's actually really funny. So if someone like swings at me with lethal, I can swing it somewhere else, potentially. At least one creature. 100% serious, and it's probably one of my very few options to network socially. In a world in a small town, there's no people. Some even. Well, I mean, okay, so what I'll say to that, Milo, is then at that point, why not move? Alright, and I'm asking this again in a serious sense. If the place you're in isn't good for you, it's probably worth considering moving. It's funnier in two-headed giant commander, have them attack the other head. Oh my god, that's hysterical! You've got a point with that. That's great. I love that. Midnight Clock, yeah, I can see Midnight Clock going in here pretty cleanly. Patchwork Banner, probably just, again, really good. Because it's basically a Arcane Signet for 1 extra mana, but an Anthem on top of that. So I think we talked about it earlier as well. Thought Vessel. Do we want Thought Vessel, or do we want Decanter of Endless Water? It's tax evasion for... Yes, it is tax evasion for cost on attack, because if you switch their attack, they don't have to pay all of a sudden. The attack is already declared. You need the cost to declare the attack. You think I should move? If your life is not doing well, look at other places to move that you can get jobs. Like, I'm being very serious with this advice, Milo, because, like, this is genuinely a thing of... You've told me now you're in a situation that's not great for you mentally. You want to be able to find more opportunities and more stuff. Because of that isolation, it's probably going to perpetuate problems. Yes, I get your savings are slim, but I'm moving and I have literally less than $1 in my savings. I'm attempting to move anyway. Not because I'm, like, loving the idea of moving, but I'm moving back to where my friends are. That's the idea. Now, whether that happens this side of the year or not is a question, but the point stands. New Zealand. I wouldn't recommend moving to another country. You can move within your own country. Don't go to capitals or anything like that, but like moving to a slightly more... a place where jobs are is worthwhile. Anyway, thought vessel might be good. Dinger of Endless Water, produce color mana, and have a funny flavor text, but in 1 more mana. Yeah, but it's because it produces that extra, like it actually produces color text is the main thing, right? Like, we don't actually really need colorless mana in this deck. Like, all that much. We want colored mana. That's why I'm like, Decanter is kind of tempting for that. Like, I would prefer to produce blue but cost 1 extra, right? So I think Decanter definitely goes in. Thought Vessel, I mean, it could also go in as well, in addition, but I feel like I'm now loading the artifacts a little too high. Alright. Let's just get to lands, because we have probably overloaded this deck a little bit. We're at 64, and we're probably going to have to go back and add a couple of other things as well. Also, can I just mention, this did not suggest any Planeswalkers, which is kind of funny. Secluded Glen. What the fuck? As Secluded Glen comes into play, you may reveal a fairy card from your hand. If you don't, this comes in tapped. Oh, it's the fucking tribal lands. I mean, yeah, it's Dimir and it's tribal, and it works for this deck. I think that's just correct. Path of Ancestry needs to go in here. That's, I think, without a question. Right. Predominantly fair. Oh no. Failed to change. Save. Alright, let's refresh the page. Yeah, it's hate when it does that. Alright, lands. It failed to put in Secluded Glen. There we go. Now we did say we wanted the bounce land, right? Beyond uni, no colleges in Poland, plus my lack of self-responsibility. See, I understand that, and I agree with that sentiment, right? Like the whole statement of that's your self-assessment. Yeah, moving right this moment, probably not worth it, but working up to it might be worthwhile, is kind of what I'd say. There is a video I watched not long ago that I was curious about, and I might send that your way, Miller. I'll look in a second. Dude, Card and Fairies and Snap. I mean, also, Frantic Search, right? Like, we have multiple ways of untapping lands, so Dimir, Aqueduct, but just becomes so good for us. Not Shocklands. I don't think Shocklands are good for us. I need to get prepared for it mentally. I mean, all I say for that is when you say prepared for it mentally, just start doing it and keep doing stuff. You know how a portfolio gets filled? By doing things. You can have shitty things in your portfolio. You can clear them out later. Just start making stuff. Figure out what you want to kind of make and just start making things. Waiting on like, oh, I need my mental to be better is meaning you're going to wait eternally for that. It's never going to be the case. You're never going to think you're ready. Add Lotus Field, so it'd be a good, for the three. Lotus Field. Let's see if it's in here quickly before I go search. It is not. Right. Hexproof. Enters the battlefield tapped. When it enters the battlefield, sacrifice 2 lands. Add... Ooh. Is a silly option. I don't think it's a bad one, though. It's hexproof, so it's not going to get removed very easily or interacted with. Which, I mean, not many people are running, like, really good targeted stuff. And being able to untap a 3 mana land seems really... I kind of want to add blink effects now. Like, seriously? I kind of want to add, like, a couple of interesting blink effects. Cavern of Souls is probably worth it as well. I just think that's a good one to go into there. I don't know if the fetch lands are worth it in this. Like, probably. The problem is, like, Aqueduct doesn't have any types. I went to sleep at 8 AM yesterday. Okay, like, I get where you're coming from, at least to some extent, Mello. But, like, these are things only you can actually really solve. Like, finding the answers for them. Be it with medical assistance and all that. And I know you've already been seeking out professional help, right? But, like, you have to understand that, like, where I'm coming from, I'm just giving the advice I know, I can understand, and I can give, without feeling too off. And I'm not gonna say it's not easy to say, hard to do. I do this every day. Do you think I want to get out of my bed? I live with so many fucking health problems. Me getting to 10 years longer of my life right now is a fucking amazing thing if I could. So I trust me when I say I do get some of those struggles. And that's, yeah. I'm too afraid to change, and that's what you need to change. Like, I cannot stress enough more than anything, the biggest thing you need right now is just to do stuff. Doesn't matter what, just start doing stuff. With drawing, don't draw the model, just draw random shit. Just doodle for like an hour or two. Doodle whatever comes to mind. Don't make it good, just doodle. Just draw circles, draw squiggly lines, make yourself feel a little bit better by just producing stuff. Save those to the side and keep saving all those documents and keep doodling constantly. Maybe look at references as you go, stuff like that, and then look back over those doodles and see where you've come from. Because at this point in time, you need to realize you are far better than what you're making yourself feel like you are. Because you yourself are your hardest challenge. Because you are better than what you think you are. Good responsibility holder, like challenge. Yeah. Like, it's, at this point, it's something to make you have to keep doing stuff. That's the main thing. Alright, Essence Flux. Alright, got a little sidetracked with that one. Exile target creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its go. If it's a spirit, put a counter on it. Okay, so that's probably a good one. We'll go through these though. Yeah. Whoops, no, that's flame. There's the right. Whoop. Go slow. Here we go. Flicker. Alright, exile 2 target artifacts, creatures there, and then return those cards to the battlefield under your control. I mean, that one definitely. That one's not even, like, slightly debatable. Especially being, like, we can cost reduce that very easily. And Disciple. Was it? No, let's see. Oh, Display, sorry. Displays. There we go. I just get deeper and deeper into being bad and hoping to bounce back from the bottom soon. See, that's the thing. You're not gonna bounce if you're just waiting for the bounce. Just go do stuff. Distract yourself. Well, not distract yourself. I don't know if you've looked up the channel. I think I mentioned it to you one other time. Might be worthwhile listening to. I think it's Healthy Gamer GG. Give me a second and I'll find it. I'll also find that other video that I was thinking about. The like living away from home one. But Healthy Gamer GG, the reason I suggest that is it is actually a professional in the field, and they've been useful for me in a lot of ways. So, and like they have a lot of shorts as well, which are really good to go through. Because it's like nice small snippet content that you can absorb a little bit at a time. So this is the channel here. I'll flick you a link there. Dr. K, Healthy Gamer, yeah. Got them in your subscriptions, cool. Alright. So I don't need to flick that to you. So yes, them. Just keep watching them. Having a look at that. It's probably, again, I cannot stress enough, it's definitely just that stuff. That's the sort of stuff you probably need right now. So here is, there's two things here, but there's this one here, Signs You Should Be Living Alone, by Lazy Owl. This one I highly recommend as like a point to look at. Also, what they don't tell you about living alone is kind of useful as well, but these two are specifically. Do you want me to flick those links to you? Because I do think they might be worthwhile just listening to see if they're if it is the direction you want to go with stuff. If it sounds right. Sure, go. That one. The first one's the main one, the second one's just also kind of nice. Might be kind of helpful for that. Anyway, so exile up to 2 target creatures you control, then return creatures to the battlefield under their owner's control. Yeah, so that probably also just goes in if I haven't already put that one in. Yep. Okay. Again, there's a reason I just share information, because it's easier than like saying if I know what I'm talking about, right? It's here's my evidence. So, going back to Essence Flux. So Essence Flux was single target, but it's just a blue. Is it good though? Because it's clearly spirit synergy. And I don't know if we really care for it being just a single target. We probably want to flicker more than one thing at a time. Is there any other lands we can think of that would be nice to untap for us? Like, Rogue's Passage doesn't seem that great because we're flying. So if they were, and we've got like Wideboard, not like that one thing we definitely need to hit. We kind of like everything hitting in general. Because all of these lands, like, they give us a benefit for the creature type, but not, like, more for having the creature type. Or anything like that. I think it's genuinely we start adding just islands and swamps now. and think from there. I'm trying to decide if, like, Myriad Landscape is worth it. It depends on how heavy we're going to go into the basic lands, right? Because in that point in time, like, obviously, Evolving Wilds and Terramorphic Expanse get more valuable. Would Darkwater Catacombs be worthwhile? It itself, if we're tapping more than, like, untapping more than one at a time, it could probably be worth. Is Cabal Coffers, and that, it's only good if you run the Tomb. Cabal Coffers. Ah. Yeah. And that's also black, which we're not really gonna care if we have, like, a lot of... yeah. I think Cabal Coffers does enough for us here. The Tomb helps it a lot. Oh, yeah, no, like, Tomb makes Cabal Coffers potentially, like, tapping for a shitload, right? Like, it tapping for at minimum 3 to make it worthwhile is not hard. Because if you have Urbog down to tap this, you would get 3. Right? If Urbog's one of the ones you tap for this, then you tap another thing, and then you tap for this, you immediately just get 3 mana out of that. But then at that point in time, what was the point in tapping those two? You could just tap all 3 of them as swaps. The moment you get one other land down, so the moment you hit 4 lands and greater, this becomes worthwhile. With Tomb down. Like, I'm not gonna disagree, it's really good. Especially if you have, like, a decent bit of land base down and you have, like, I don't know, Temple of the False Gods, right? Because Temple of the False Gods taps, that gives you the 2 mana you need for this, you tap this out and you just get a shitload out of it. Because you've got, what, a minimum of 5 lands then at that point? This tapping for 5 mana? Off of 2 lands? 2 lands producing 5 mana is a lot of fucking mana. Especially knowing that's probably either a mono black deck or a black focus deck, which is very good. Or it's a deck that just runs the Tomb anyway. But I don't think that's worth it in this one. So I think from this point onwards, it's either hybrid ones. So Sunken Hollow's probably good. But yeah, like, I can see the Cabal Coffers being a very good card in the context where, like, you are going to have, like, Tomb down and shit. Like, again, mono black or very black focused will love that card a lot. Because you're going to have Tomb in there. Moment Tomb comes down, and that comes down afterwards or before it or whatever way around, it's good. And yeah, once Tomb's down and you get 4 total lands, it's just a valuable thing. And anything higher than that's great. And then you get Blood Moon and you cry, right? I think I'm gonna add Darkwater Catacomb. Just because if we are untapping, we either play around at getting untapped or we are untapping more than one thing at a time. So unless you control Island or Swamp, we are going to feel like consistently do that. Two or more other lands. Honestly, Shipwreck Marsh? No, probably not. Blood Moon or Winter Moon? We cry at both? Exactly. Okay, so now we need to clean up our land base. So, for this deck, what are we setting at with cost? We overproduce black, great. Means we probably don't need to add much in the way of swamp. We have a shitload of draw. So we're going to need, like, at this point, probably at least 10 islands, probably more. Do I even... Okay, weird question. Do we even want swamps? Like, we produce so much black mana or just multi-mana. Especially with our artifacts as well. And we've got so little black cards that care. It's most of the time it's just gonna be a filling mana. Do we not include swamps? We include swamps, but not many, right? But we've got to include swamps. Put in 4, yeah. Okay, 32 is kind of on the low side, but I don't know what like. Where are we at with card count? We're at 94. We were gonna potentially add in some bullshit, right? So... Because this deck wants to shred through. That's the main thing. So, wondering what else we want to, like, add in to shred through with it. That's a demo combo? Nah. We probably don't want to add, like, an actual hard combo. With some of the bullshit we were thinking. Yeah, let's actually do that. I think she has a spot in here, just because, again, it gives us that life gain, it benefits from card draw. we benefit a lot from card draw already with this deck, so it would work. Then yeah, Laboratory Manic was the other one we were considering, just so we have more of that. More options at the very least. Give us a little bit of redundancy. We might want to get some soft recursion then, while we're doing some of this. Like, Notion Thief might not be a bad thing to just add in to be, like, a solid answer to things as well. I actually kind of like that idea, Notion Thief going in here. Because it means that, like, while that's anti-synergistic with Sheoldred, we don't care. We're going to draw so fucking much from that then, potentially. Any, like, spell-based Izzet deck is just crying in the corner when we play Notion Thief. We could add more counters as well. That wouldn't be, like, bad. How many lands do we have? 31. So we're on the low end, but we're also, like, got a fairly low curve now, I believe. Yeah, we've got, like, a lot of 2s and 3s, so we should be able to consistently hit a 3-land hand. And most of the time it's going to be blue. So it's more of a thing of, like, we don't want to have high-cost enders most of the time. Like, a high-cost end doesn't get us very far. Windfall might be worth it. Actually, shred the deck faster. Yeah, it's true. 2+2 swap things. 2 modals, yeah. That's, yeah, it's 33, 31 to 33 in technicality. The One Ring, yeah. Watch away as an anti-commander counter? Tempting. Foods for protection. I mean, is the commander really what we need? Like, we don't, we don't got really anything in particular we want to protect. The problem is we'd more likely want wide protection, but that's not available to us in blue and fucking, in Dimir. If anything, it would be like just tossing a casual Rise of the Dark Realms for the funny. Would Teferi's Ageless Insight be worth it then? Because we're going to be drawing a shitload already. I think so. And then, like, 2 cards, one of them probably being the Jace Planeswalker for the win con, and then Wizard class might not be a bad option. A wash away. Let's have a look at that one. Probably. Huh. I mean, it's for this deck, it's probably just going to be like the 2 mana, right? Either way. It's either 1 mana or 2 mana, because cleave gets still reduced, because it would be the cost. And we've got plenty of ways to reduce, well, not actually that many, but a decent amount. Enough ways to reduce that cost. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's because it's cost. It just reduces cost. Honestly, just a casual Rise of the Dark Realm sounds really tempting in this as its, like, final end game, like, oh shit, well, let's really bring back this game. Because, like, if you have Rise of the Dark Realms in your hand and you've been developing a decent board, you're more willing to let it sack out and then just blow out the game and the end point. Right? Like, it's either that or we need to remove a little bit more and add, like, other soft recursion. Because we don't actually have, like, any recursion. We have a little bit, I believe, but, like... yeah, we have 1 recursion, apparently, by, thing there. We don't have much tutoring, which is fine. And it also means that if we just, like, play out Thassa's Oracle at one point, if we know they're not going to probably have Graveyard Hate, we can play it a bit more willingly in a point where, like, we might be able to win. They'll deal with it, it goes to Graveyard, and then we Rise of the Dark Realms, blow it out again. And we order it in a way so it guarantees us the win. Which isn't hard. Funeral Room, Awakening Hall, and Unearth might be good. So Funeral Room, Awakening Hall, I believe, is like Rise of the Dark Realms, but like 1 mana cheaper on the enchantment. And it's also when something dies, you ping, I believe, right? On Funeral Room's side. What's Unearth, though? That's tempting. So I might put that in. And then we might remove, like... okay, it's being weird. Just gonna refresh the page. Because I do actually own Funeral Room Awakening Hall, because that was what I, like, again, I was trying to still do the Rooms Enchantments deck, which I still want to do one day. So Rise of the Dark Realms, and then, yeah, we might as well have the Funeral Room as well. Okay, so we need to pull out 2 cards then. Which I'm happy to pull out 2 cards. There's a few cards in here that I know we've said, like, throughout are not bad ones to yoink out, if need be. So, the idea of this deck is to be a tempo aggro fairies deck with a couple of top-end win cons, which is exactly how I build my decks. So this one probably comes out. This is incubation, because the cost just doesn't work, justify it. 3 mana for 2 reduction, we're not going to probably get enough out of it. Also, that's a good point to be made as well, by the way, with the land thing. Land is probably going to be a lot more fine because we have a shitload of mana rocks. So, while they're a lot more susceptible to getting removed, there's also answers there that are a bit easier. We also have Midnight Clock to shuffle our deck if we need to. Shuffle our graveyard into our deck if we really... So we have a lot of graveyard, like, going back into deck or going back onto the board. I don't think there's any of the fairies I want to get rid of. It's probably just, like, a spell of some kind. But what do I not like? Honestly, Teferi's Ageless Insight comes out, I think. It's really good, but it's also fine coming out. So there you go. Good bit of time designing that one, but I'm pretty happy with it. I think it'd be a cool fairies deck. It'd be very, very spooky though. If this deck goes off, it goes off hard. Right? Hey, you kid, how's it going? I guess it would go off very, like, how consistently do you think this deck's gonna go through it? Like, it's gonna go through all the cards? Doing fantastic? I never trust people when they say they're doing fantastic. How you actually going? It's okay, you can tell me. This week was absolute cinema? Okay, so it was pretty bad, huh? I'm pretty sure you can... Yeah, you can keep this hand. So, like, if I kept this... so I think it's draw 1, Just play island. Then, ooh, it's lagging. Draw one. Play swamp. Tap. Play out. Sapphire Medallion. Untap. Draw. Play out island. Probably tap commander. Oops. No, you go back on top. Then tap this to play this. And then I can untap 2 lands. Doesn't really matter because I think I'm just playing the Mocking Sprite. Tomorrow is my birthday. What game is that? This is Magic the Gathering. This is me just doing kind of a weak playtest of how the deck can kind of function. But yeah, it's Architect. It's where a lot of the I do my deck building and stuff. So I don't think we probably need to really play this out further. We've just proven, so that was turn 3. I now have 3 things out, including my commander. And next turn's only gonna get worse. So that was a beat, like, it's because if I play this out further, right, so none of these can attack this turn. Alright, so next turn, we untap, draw 1, we play an island, we're going to... Ooh. Tap. I think we have to tap 3 like that, right? Herald's Horn, choosing fairies. And then we can just swing with these 3. And it's... This is other fairies, so this is a 2/3 flying death touch, this is a 2/2 flying, and this is a 3/2 flying. Tomorrow will be miserable for you. Yeah, I mean, I'm not someone that I like my birthday. I didn't really celebrate it last year. And I doubt that I'm going to celebrate it again this year. In fact, the nicest thing of, I don't think anyone's actually gonna know that my birthday passes this year. I don't think I'm gonna tell anyone, so I can just get over it. Move past it, because to give an idea, I forget when my birthday is, outside of the fact that I need to know for legal things, right? Like, I have it memorized, but I don't remember it occurring. Because, yeah, I just have no reason to enjoy it anymore. Because the reason I enjoyed it for a little while was, so, I didn't like it because my childhood was fucking awful for it. And then I came to start liking it again because my fiance got me to try and like it, and now I really just don't like it because they treated me like shit, especially on it, when I got basically the more recent news of how my health was. Which was not last year, but the year before that. Take the day off and eat ice cream? That sounds fair. I like that idea. Cool, so I've just pissed off like one player. If I play like this, done. Okay, untap, draw. I'm gonna probably be playing this turn. So we're going to do this, we'd reveal this. And then we're probably just going to this. Oh yeah, we did also have the upkeep trigger. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. If it's a creature card of the chosen type, you may reveal and put it in your hand. Didn't matter, we drew what we had and it was normal. Probably watch some anime. That sounds like a solid time. That sounds like a very solid time. We can just like, by this, tap these two. This comes in. And go watch Berserk. Yikes. We have 3 mana available to us. This is only decreased by 2, so this is only... This is still 5 mana. So we can play this next turn is the thing, right? I mean, we could have played this turn. Actually, yeah, let's play this instead this turn. Alright, so we needed to tap for 5 total. This came in with tokens. I believe I can make... is it this fairy that I need? That is blue fairy, no. That also looks like a blue fairy. Whatever. And then these attack, and they're 5/5s. May its name be forgotten. No. And then when this happens, I can, yeah, so they become big as fuck. And then we go to next turn. Oops. So we've slowed down a fair bit here. By now we would have probably been interacted with, or some of the stuff would die, realistically. But we're just kind of like speedrunning the tech of this. Island comes down, so now we're at a shitload of mana. Yeah, we've kind of just drawn land is the problem here. I'm gonna tap 2 of those, bring out the Miss Signet. Probably tap this to tap the Signet to play this. I also didn't look at the thing, but we didn't get a thing out of it anyway. It's because it was the Signet that came out. When I attack Go Creature, I probably swing with all of this. If I swing with all of that, someone's probably dead now. Because these turn into 5/5s. Oh, sorry, 4/4s, and then they're 5/5s because of the Anthem effect, aside from this one. That will still be just a 4/4. Yeah, we've probably just killed someone in a 4-player if we haven't been interacted with at this point. But we're now out of hand. And now we go like another player Because does this go target player, or is this... deal combat to a player, go target creature that player controls. Okay, so we probably swing one of these another way, hit someone else, someone's dead, most likely, if not very low. We've now goaded another person into, there's probably a higher health pool, into attacking someone else. With like their big core thing, because again, this is only like, what, turn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is turn 6, so there's probably a few threats on the board now. So yeah, we're probably at a point where we should be full swinging. What do I draw for the next little while? I'm just gonna look at cards. So this one's probably the main one that I care about here. We do have a flicker here, and we have a lot of card draw here. So yeah, we probably either sputter out soon or die. So let's restart. See what this gives us. 2 on a hand, but I have a lot of tempo with this potentially. If I hit another 2 mana card, this would be an insane hand. A cousin, she's 16. Yesterday I was at my uncle's because they have a 6-year-old son. So if I was single. God damn. Sweet Home Alabama music playing there, huh? Okay, so I feel like we've playtested this enough now to kind of indicate where this deck sits. Just like getting an idea. We'll need to do, obviously, if this was to be played seriously, we'd need to do a lot more iterations. Like, a lot more iterations. But get a bat? That's fair. I don't think this is a bad deck. I think this could actually play out well. The problem is, I think it's genuinely, it's one of those decks that, like, I've either gone too far in one of the directions with it, or it's actually just good. And that's the problem. I do not know. But that's interesting. I like that. I like that deck a lot. I think it's a cool idea. I should probably update some of my deck lists as well, shouldn't I? Why do you want to know? I may like you a little. I called my uncle and asked him if he knew, and he said everyone knows. And now I don't want to pick up my cousin. Look, I stand by, kids are stupid. I remember having, when I was like 5 years old, I had a crush on my mother's best friend. She was married and had 2 kids, and I had a crush on her. I sit there now and I look back at that person, I'm like, thank God I didn't get that as a type. Holy shit, she was an awful kind of person. So yeah. Kids are kids. They don't understand what they're saying at this stage. Alright. I'm gonna go through these packs again quickly and pull out anything that I think I might toss into decks. 4-year-old age difference. I don't want to go to jail. Wait, 4 years age difference between you and them? I mean, yeah, but it's also relation, right? It's cousin. I stand by the bet. I kind of agree with it, but like also, like age shouldn't be the thing that's like the concern there. No? She's a minor? Yes, she's a minor. I'm not disagreeing with that. You also have to keep in mind, Kit, in New Zealand, 16 is actually of legal age. So that's less of a priority to me, in my eyes. The main thing that needs to be understood is that she's your cousin. I like mages. Major pain in my ass, if you know what I mean. I mean, what? Anyway, before I get, like, completely mind-boggled off the thing. So, of the cards I got out of these, I'm gonna go review them again and look at the ones that I definitely know I want. Token. So, Animus Smite, I don't think is that great. Goggins, I don't really care about. Metropolis Reformer is only if I do an Angels deck. It's Feast of the Victorious Dead that I kind of liked. And says is a crime, at least in New Zealand. Yep. That's kind of my point. I live in Germany. Okay, well that does make it a bit different. With, I remember some of the legal stuff around that. No, keep in mind, that's the reason why I said age was not the thing that was scaring me there. It's the other thing that I know is 100% a crime regardless of age. Age can change. Age changes over time. Come back in 2 to 4 years, things are different, right? You know what doesn't change? If it's illegal from the beginning. Spontaneous mutation. I wonder if spontaneous mutation would be good in my Miracle deck. I'm gonna keep it to the side and think about that. Still a crime in Germany? Alright, well, there you go. I understand here, fair. Falkreath Torturer. The problem is that I don't give a shit about the human aspect of it. It sure is a sack outlet, but it's like sack outlet for, it's 3 mana for a 2/1 sack outlet that just gives itself fucking flying. New Zealand's a nice place. I'm not so sure on that statement. It's a good place for a lot of things, but not the best. But yeah, so Torture I don't think I care about. Spore Crawler just seems bad to me, I'm gonna be honest, unless I'm playing like a fungus deck. I'm going to Australia. I mean, have fun with all the things that are trying to kill you there. Alchemist Greeting, no. Blazing Torch, no. Drog Skull Shieldmate, no. Harvest Hand, no. I don't know if Wandering Mind is good for me in any of my Is It kind of decks. Auckland has a lot of traffic. I mean, yeah, but Auckland's Auckland. Fuck Auckland. I'm fine, kangaroos. Fair. Watch out, they will kick your ass. I speak from a little bit of experience. Honeymoon Hearse, Shrill Howler, Overgrown Farmland. Valorous Stance. Do I think Valorous Stance is good for me? Not really. I'm gonna stop using internet to avoid jail. Yeah. But yeah. In case, I don't think I showed it properly earlier. I don't know, but that was the Cultivated Colossus, and as you can see, is shiny. I grew up in Auckland. I could not imagine. That sounds awful. I'll be honest. And Shiny Swamp, which I can use, I guess. But yes, Cultivated Colossus. Oh, shiny? Yeah, it's full art shiny Cultivated Colossus. Foil. That's why I was like, damn, this is a decent card to get. Now I kind of want to, like, that's why I'm like, I kind of want to have a deck for it. Oh, look, there's Essence Flux. There's a reason why I was thinking about that card as well. I have it right here. We plan for a 1-hour trip to go to a nearby supermarket due to traffic. Yikes. Richard Griff. Draw a card. Crawl from the cellar. I was looking at that one, right? Because that one would be potentially really good for the Hasherton deck. Because return creature card from graveyard to hand, put a 1/1 counter onto up to one target zombie I control, and it has flashback, means that I can discard something like potentially up to 3 times. Millipede. Don't really care about that one. Now it's 15 minutes to go to the supermarket. That is a longer distance than in Auckland. Yeah. I mean, I just walked to the nearby shop. I'm not gonna say what shop, obviously, because I've already said enough about where I live. That I live near the beach, and that I live in the Kapiti Coast, Paraparumu area. Point is, there's a shop that's not too far from me that's like a 5-10 minute walk. It's just not a proper one. It's like a... It's not a not a supermarket. It's just a market, I guess you could call it. My 6-year-old cousin showed me a show, and they were like good-looking women. He pointed at like 30-year-old women and said, "I love her." I know it's a joke. I hope. I mean, what's wrong with that? My boy's already down for the MILFs. A dairy? Yeah, I'm trying to use more universal terming, but it's not quite a dairy. Again, it's... You know what I mean though, Matthew, where it's like, there's a specific shop in New Zealand that's basically a mini-mart that's consistently around the place, and there's one of those nearby. And that's going to be really hard to find for anyone that's not a New Zealander. That's all I'll say towards it. I'm not going to go too much further in. But it's a corner shop. My cousins are trying to get people into jail. They really are. Well, I mean, like, kid liking a MILF is fine. Kid dating a MILF is a problem. You telling me, as a kid, you didn't have a crush on, like, anything. I call absolute bullshit on that. As a kid, you definitely crushed on something that, like, if you looked back at now, if you saw that, like, and you're doing the same thing that, like, you as a kid, you were thinking. Gotta be honest, my man. Gotta be honest. We all had stupid crushes. There's the blood artist that I need to pull out. Lumber Knot sounds fun, but I don't think I'm gonna have a deck for it. Imagine that in my Golgari deck, actually, that'd be funny. Crush on my best friend's mother. She's still single. See? There you go. We all had stupid things. Soul Cypher board. I still can't understand if this card's good or not. Soul Cypher board. Might reconsider taking. Yikes. See, I feel like, you know what, I'm gonna do this soft thing here. I don't celebrate Valentine's Day because I got fucked over by my ex. Relationships can fuck off for today. I'll just put that as a blanket. This is a relationship talk-free zone from this point onwards. Because I feel like we've talked too much about it. Nobody should fucking talk about dating. Fuck dating. Dating sucks ass. Because if we're gonna keep talking about dating, I will just open up about my past, and nobody wants that. Because everyone's just gonna get depressed. Alright, Soul Cypher board. I'm still not sure on this. Still not sure on this. It's an interesting artifact, but yeah. Tragic Slip though, foiled. I don't think I'm putting that in anything right now. Live being depressing. That's fair. I get that. I mean, my life is depressing. There you go. And then, well, was there anything in this one that I gave a shit about? Makeshift Mauler, Village Rites. I knew it was, yeah, there we go. So Village Rites, that comes out definitely, because that's just such a fucking good spell for me. On, like, multiple decks. Epitaph Golem, Dawnheart Disciple, Blood Mad Vampire, Crusader of Aldrich. Harvester's Hand, Galvanic Juggernaut, Mist Raven, Alpac Resurgence, Mystic Retreat. Still deciding if that's worth being in my Izzet deck. So, is it going to get the focus? Yeah. Return target instance or sorcery card from graveyard to the hand with flashback. It is an Izzet spell because it's blue on the top and then the flashback is red. I don't know if I would put that in my Izzet deck. And then there was the foil Griffin. Or Griff, I should say. Wasn't there another land in here that I had that was a dual land and I just didn't pull it out? Yes. Here we go. So, in a sense, these are the cards I got out of these packs that I think are worth my time. For now. Not that, like, I think this is the only one that's probably going directly into a deck right now. Ugh. Let's not think about how much those packs technically cost all up, because then it makes like this haul look really depressing. Because the fact is, I think the most expensive card here is that Colossus, and that's like $9. I'm the most antisocial person in Germany. I don't know, there's some pretty antisocial people I've met in Germany. There's a lot going on there. Okay, so if Crawl from the Cellar is a consideration for the Zombies deck, because I think it's funny. What do I take out for it? It's a sorcery. It's not about the pulls, it's about the gamba. That's fair. When you think of it like that, it probably becomes a lot better. I mean, like, so in a sense, if I just hide the camera for a moment, there is a lot of cards even in this list here, like Geezer and Girth, from that can come out of Instant Remastered, and that's why I'm like, Instant Remastered is really good for me, because it means I could potentially get Markov, which I really want to get Markov, and then it also potentially means I get, like, cards for this. Right? Speaking of, I should update this deck list with the ones that I know I actually own now. My homies be changing girls more often. Good God, alright. I mean, I used to be like that myself. Again, I was a young, stupid kid one point in my life. But, like I said, Kit, we're ending the talk on relationship stuff because I've had enough of it. Because it makes me slightly annoyed. Because I think back to terrible times. Right, so Binding Mummy. Is Binding Mummy in this? Yes, still is. Cool. Psychic Frog. I have a Psychic Frog now. What Psychic Frog do I have? Modern Horizons 3. Yep, that one. That's current. That's need energy to watch Berserk. That's fair. God, I need to get rid of so many of these fucking cards. I need to still go pick up a shitload of copy effects as well, like copy tokens from the store. Because I noticed how badly I was needing those. About the other day, Kibo, I can't remember if I did or not. I'll have a squiz in a sec. I just want to make sure I get this done. Modern Horizons 380, but I got the foil version. Catch you later, Kit. Okay, let me pull up EDH Rec so I can look. I don't remember if I did or not. If. Oh yes, no, I did look this one up the other day. Yeah. I thought it was hysterical. It's monkey business. Sounds just really good. Yeah. And it, like, this just sounds funny. It really just does sound funny to me. Kind of want to make a deck with it. And honestly, I'd say it's probably worth making one. Just for the funnies at the very least. I already have the Pachuca Bogan. Silence! Silence will fall. What is the version I have here? Doesn't have a version number on it, but it's from 2020. I've been trying to find something that inspires me. Yeah, I mean, I get that, right? Like, it's kind of the point with it all. I think it's this one. No. Yes. No? That one. That's the one that I've got in my hand right now. Okay. let's see. There are cards where you see kiddo parents doing monkey business, including pregnancy in the art. What? Concern. Big concern. Now this was special guest version, right? That one. Special guest 36. Yeah. All of those are default. Already added. I'm pretty sure that's already added. I need to double check. Yeah, it is. Those are defaults. That should be already added. Yep. That isn't yet. That's this one. And that is the version I have. Uktabir, Rankang, and then Uktagi Kong in that order. It's also in the background. God, okay, you're gonna make me look at these, aren't you? Oh, shit. I'm not gonna like looking at these, am I? Not making you. Oh no! Oh, for God's sakes, computer. You know how to load. Come on. There you go. Alright. Ukatabi orangutan. Or orangut. Yeah, orangutan. Ah. Yes. That is indeed a card that has a background. And then what was the next one? Kong is an uncard. Is it not gonna turn up then? In here? Okay. I thought EDH had uncards, did it not? On the thing? I can look at it through Architect then. Alright, let's see. Did I not? Fine. Wow, it's just not showing up here. Alright. And they should have no filters on it, that's the thing. What the fuck is that background? Oh yeah, no, that is just straight up their priggers. Alright. Got it. Can we see a picture? No, we're good, we're good. Alright, where was I with these cards? Diamond Lion. Oh, by the way, I was looking at something recently, and apparently... Well, I say recently, I saw a video about it this morning, and I only looked at it briefly. Apparently proxies are actually allowed out of tournament settings. Like, they fully endorse it by Wizards of the Coast, using proxies in full-blown tournament setting. So even like Friday Night Magic, by all intents and purposes, it is actually legal. Would you look at that? That's nice. That has been the case since 2016, fun fact. That was when they made that official statement, and I don't think it's changed since. So if you think it's like, oh, they've been recently nice, no, it's just they've not changed that rule for ages. Okay, what is the version I have? It's a promos one, I think? I think it's this one. Yep. That looks it. I don't care if they did or didn't, but it's nice in the case. True, but it's house rules due to our LGS that we can't use them there for the Friday night event. See, now that makes sense. So that store's ruled zeroed it. That makes sense. But like, it's their choice, it's not by Magic's rules. So, if anything, you can actually tell them, hey, why are you not consistent with the rules? Nah, it's fine. That one. which has the awful foil fucking texture for this. And then M19 promos. I think it's 90S. I think it's 90. It might be 90S. That looks like it. Yeah, that's it. Person there gives a dun proxy to the LGS that anyone can ask and play. So it's mainly due to being an event. That's fair. Like, again, it's one of those things of, I don't really think anything against it. Like, it's just one of those things I found very interesting as an observation. When you think about that, it's just like, look, I'm not gonna say I'm upset. I'm still trying to play the cards legitimately. But I just found that very funny. Such an old card, it got reprinted. Most cards get reprinted a fair bit, aside from fucking one card, which, yeah. You only do Commander and Brawl? No, not fully. I mean, I play Arena, just like Alchemy a fair bit. Is how I kind of have learned how to play the stack. That's the main stuff for it. It's a very funny card in a funny unofficial format. I'll keep that in mind then. But I mainly do, not only do. I mean, like, realistically, my Magic streams tend to revolve around a lot of theory crafting and talk and discussion around Magic and card games, right? Dan dead. Okay. So, now what are the cards that I'm missing from this, and how easy is it gonna get? Dan dead. Yeah. So Feed the Swarm, Dark Salvation, I can see those two immediately. Thassa's Oracle, yeah, that's expected. That's gonna probably be the card I'm going to hope for a very, very long time, because it's like 50 bucks easily. Wanted to ask help for Standard. I'm probably not the right person to ask for help in this game, purely because I have only been playing since Foundation came out. Got an RCQ soon. I'm not sure if my deck is good. Yeah, I don't think I'm probably the right person for that. Sorry. But no, all good. Good luck with the RCQ though. Always cool to participate in that sort of stuff. Maybe one day I will. I dread me getting into Standard, I'll be honest. Like, Standard seems like such a mixed bag for me. Because if I get into Standard, it ends up either being a situation where I, like, super try-hard it and start hating Magic, like I've done in the past with other games. Or, there's no point, because I play so much Hearthstone and other card games to fill the kind of slot that, that sort of mentality would need, right? And I have more cards in those games. because they're digital, so I can get more cards easier and faster. It's a hard one, right? It's that, just simply put, what is the point to me? Also, that's actually not the soul ring you get. It's because it's a different one for each one, and I find that really funny. This is the correct signet, at least. Okay, so what I'm missing is Path of Exile, because it's just really annoying to try and find. I've been playing since Dominaria United, never got into the 60 card formats. Yeah, like, that's fair, and that's the thing, you don't have to. Hopping between them. See, that's kind of why I like with Hearthstone, is that I just hop between Standard and Wild on a fairly regular basis, right? Like, I play both pretty much daily at the moment. I have my Standard decks, which are try-hard decks, and then I have my Wild decks, which are either really try-hardy or really stupid. And that's what I enjoy playing. And Wild, I still climb faster in, because of just how it is. The bad part of Hearthstone is it's not an IRL game. But that's the thing, is like, keep in mind, while you say that, that's why I'm like, I've never actually been playing real-life card games for most of my life. Like, sure, we had Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon trading at school, right? But, like, I didn't play card games. I had cards, I just didn't play card games. I think what got me into card games was actually Hearthstone. When Hearthstone came out, well, not came out, when I got the beta for it, I think, or the alpha, or whatever it was. I played a shitload of it at the time, enjoyed it, but I saw a lot of issues. They fixed a lot of the issues as time went on. I kept playing. I had a couple of, like, years I would take off from time to time. But that's pretty much the main thing. There's a magic to playing face-to-face with friends, pun intended. Oh, I'm not disputing that in the slightest. That's why I'm enjoying playing Commander. Is that I play Commander because I want to play a social game. Like, I want to play a game in person, and that's why I say, like, I don't think I would enjoy Standard, because Standard isn't... Standard is I'm playing my deck, you're playing your deck, and we're fighting each other. Commander is we're potentially 4 people at a table playing a card game and having fun, and that's the best feeling with card game with the stuff. Ooh, Fluffy Red, how was it, Yo Yuki? Hope you had a good stream. What did I see you playing? Didn't you play the KFC dating sim game? Is what I saw. I swear that's what I saw you playing this morning. How... Dare I ask how that went? Yes, hello, Raiders, hello. Hope you had a good time. Make sure to get some good rest and good, She did play the KFC dating sim. God damn it. Okay, what route? What route was the chick? What was the route that you went down in the end? We gotta know. Thanks for reminding me that it exists. It's an amazing game. What do you mean? It went confusing? Oh yeah, it does. Activate Pot of Greed. Yeah, fair. I mean, if you pull out the Pot of Greed card, I'll let you draw the 2 cards. What does Pot of Greed do? Still hate that about the anime. There are multiple routes? Yes. There are multiple routes in that game. I know about a KFC VR escape room. Dude, KFC's a wild one. I love it. Spam pot of greed. Is all of your deck pot of greed? What are you doing? Isn't that like a... I'm gonna try and remember my knowledge for Yu-Gi-Oh! Isn't that a restricted card? Is it a restricted card, a banned card, or a limited card? There's like so many different things for them over there. That's my payback for reminding about the dating sim. But the dating sim's so good. It's finger licking good. Except they can't legally say that anymore. Yes, it is. Goddamn. So stupid. Alright, oh, my brain. Sorry, I just had a moment of, like, complete lapse on things. Rules are meant to be broken, yeah. Didn't know the other ones, but I think we won the Chicken Man's love. But not his cooking respect. Oh, no. I mean, at least you got his love. He is a very handsome fella. Gorgeous, gorgeous man. Remember the time when the KFC near LGS ran out of chicken? Oh no. Can only imagine that going horrendously bad. Oh yeah, yo Yuki, I didn't mention, because I just realized this, right? You know last week when you came by and asked about a Fox deck, you ended up, I think, was it that time? Or was it another time? Born handsome, yeah. We decided to actually like design Fox cards for Magic. Because like you made me realize there just isn't many Fox cards and we thought it would be a fun little exercise. I'll see if I can find the cards that Matthew put together. Because we designed them out and this is roughly the idea. And he found some out of Google images for it. Where am I looking? Here we are. So we designed a commander and a sub-commander for them. The text is a little off, but it's always good. But yeah. Big old fox god. And then a fox that follows them around. It looks pretty cool. I thought it was actually a really fun thing because we made it all like synergistic with what the foxes do already in the game. And look, I remember I do game design, so showing off the work. Yeah. But like I do game design, so I immediately like take those sort of opportunities and love doing them. I stand by if I ever got like a message from Gavin for, hey, do you want to help design some commander cards and decks? I fucking would jump at that opportunity. It'd be amazing. And I would never tell any of you, and then I would just like all of a sudden my name would be on a fucking thing for it. And you'd see me playing a precon a lot more often. It'd be amazing. I still want to finish designing that precon by the way. The Fox God precon. So it means I'm gonna have to design a couple more cards for it, and then I'll figure out all of the design for it. But yeah, we went through it. We kind of came up with a loose idea. I got Matthew to help me out with like some of the rulings and ideas of how magic works in the universe, so we could actually make the character in the universe, theoretically. That was the best part of it all. So, like, legitimately, that is a card that could be printed, if all intents and purposes. I could actually make that as a full-blown precon, and it would probably be fitting in the universe, and that'd be fun. That's why we spend the weekends talking about Magic the Gathering. Alright, well, OBS just died for a split second there, apparently. Gotta love that. Weird hitch. I don't know why it's been doing that recently. I might need to look into that. But yeah, no. Point is, I love card games. That's always good. Okay. I was considering Crawl from the Cellar into this deck. Still tossing up what goes in for it, what goes out for it. I should say, yeah. Because Dark Salvation is create a bunch of things, and then nuke a dude, potentially. Honestly, Dark Salvation might come out for Crawl from the Cellar, just so it gets more synergy. Because like, but the net -1/-1 for each zombie I have, and I'm gonna probably have a decent board most of the time. Like, the mana's not gonna be high, but the effect's gonna be decent. It's a difficult choice. It's a difficult choice, yes. I still think I need to get a copy of Feed the Swarm for this. So I don't have any spares, because I used all of mine. God damn. It is a hard choice. It is a very hard choice. Oh god, I'm dropping cards. I can turn on my hand cam for a moment so you can see me just literally just shuffling my cards. But there we go. You didn't see anything, it's fine. It's not like it's hidden. The chat, you go back a couple of months ago and you see it. It's fine. The magic is broken. The horrendous thing. I keep forgetting I flick it up because it keeps covering over my monitor. Which is really annoying. Alright. How about I minimize it a little bit so we can still see everything, but you can just see me shuffling my cards in the background. You see it in the last video you posted. To be fair, I don't post videos often, so it's, again, like, that's why I say, it's not hard to find. Right. My channel's not exactly, like, subtle with, like, trying to hide my face anymore. Especially knowing that, like, I'm gonna be releasing a patch notes video over on the official channel for the game, and like that's not gonna have the VTuber on it. That is gonna be face cam again. Was it ever? I mean, that's the point, right? It's just, I don't really care what. For me personally, I do VTubing because VTubing is fun. Not because, like, I need to do anything in particular. I don't really care if people see what I look like. And I've made that very kind of clear. Even back when I was doing webcam streaming. I just thought VTubing looked fun. I've started doing it and I've just not really want to stop because it's just fun. I feel way more expressive. I feel like there's way more I can do, way more I talk about. It's more interesting. Still Godot onto your phone? What the fuck are you doing, Roger? It's... sure, why not? The cellar. Roll from the cellar. Do I take a fucking land out for it? No. We're already at 32. It's already risky. I kind of need to add some modal lands. Never take land out? No. I mean, I had to take a shitload out because it was like 39 base. So much of the land base is really bad in this one as well. Because if we go to Commander Precons, right now I'm having to deal with the fact that, like, I can't see around the camera again, so I can't see my tabs. Eternal Might. Haven't seen Pastel in a good while? Yeah, they don't turn up as often. They do turn up on Twitch now, I think, more. Yeah, 39 lands base. And, like, so many of this is just not good to keep in there. I ripped apart that precon and I treated it, like, to be fair, this still has a lot of lands in here. It's just more like, cause I think Crawl from the Cellar deserves to stay in the deck, what comes out of the deck in the end as well for it. And that's a really hard choice. Because I feel like it's got to be a creature at this point. I think I've got a little too many, too much in the way of creatures. Don't remove land, bad. No! I must remove more. If you think, should I take a land out and not, I have too many lands, that's, you wanting to put in a fun card and not having space for it? That's fair. No, I kind of get, yeah. I mean, that I agree with, right? Like, that's the thing I stand by. Like, it's just, with land, right? So, the 2 games I played last night, land was not a single time my issue. But I still think I've got too much land in here. Because the main thing is I took out a lot of I'm taking out a lot of the artifacts, specifically, so the land becomes more valuable, because I'm not doing mana rocks. In fact, Soul Ring honestly could come out of this deck. I'm still keeping it in because there's a lot of case scenarios where it's really good, and the fact that there are case scenarios where it's really good justifies it. Same with Arcane Signet in a sense, but Arcane Signet's one that legitimately could come out. Right? Like, that's the point I'm trying to make with a lot of this, is like, I've got a lot of cards I could easily pull out. Some of them I don't want to, though. Like, I'm gonna be honest, Geisha here, there is a very real statement to say she's probably not the best card in this deck. Because I'm basically paying 5 mana for a zombie anthem effect. I do have the benefit of whenever I commit a crime, I get some zombies. But, like, I'm gonna be honest, she probably shouldn't be in this deck. Because, like, 5 mana for a 4/4, realistically, I'm gonna be probably discarding her, so I get it out of that. But it's like, it's Ward 2 pay and Ward 2 and pay 2 life is the main thing that means she's valuable. She's an Anthem that's not going anywhere, right? How many crimes can I do? I can only do... Let's see, because crime is target, right? It's specifically target, enemy, board, or graveyard, or hand, or basically target opponents in any capacity. Because so for that statement, Rise of the Dark Realms doesn't count, right? Because if that's the case, and it's specifically like target, I think I've only got like 4 crimes I can commit in this entire deck. Like, I do not have that many crimes I commit. She maybe, like, creates a handful of zombies. At most. Because it's only, is it 2? 2 tapped at a time. And it's only once per turn. Or as a reason to cut. Yeah, but it's also, I have this card and I think it looks cool. And that's why it's in there. Like, having a 4/4 Anthem for my cards that also has, like, a pretty hefty ward on it makes it kind of okay-ish. It's the commit crimes thing that it's like, well, that's where the big value comes in. It's not really worth it there for me. But that's the point I'm making, is like, I'm kind of at that stage where it's cards I have to cut that I'm probably ones I've added now, and I'm not happy about cutting. Right, like Monstrous Rider could come out, but I still love it because it's some targeted removal. I've used it a little bit and it's really nice. Like destroying target creature or planeswalker is good. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that this drew me cards and discarded me cards, this might come out, honestly. I think Liliana Mastery or Undead Warchief or something similar might be better. Well, I mean, if we're talking Anthem, I've got a lot of Anthems. There's a lot of zombie Anthems in this deck. Can I sort by that? I believe I can if I go into categories. I think it comes under Anthem. Oh, there's one Anthem there. And I know the one of the enchantments is an Anthem. Yeah, that's why that doesn't work. Alright, yeah. Okay, let's look. So we're looking specifically for Anthem effects. That's one. That's flying for everything. That's obviously one. This is Menace and Hexproof for everything. There's an Anthem. Yeah, Zombies of Afflict. We're specifically looking at Anthem, right? So, or just like kind of general face. Like Wonder could come out, honestly, because like, but the flying's so good. Zombies have regenerate. And Zur Escher is so good in the late stages when like I've burned through a lot of resources through Hashton, so I can't get rid of that. Like, there's an argument to be made, feed the swarm, but like then I'm removing even more of that stuff. I just dropped a few cards, god damn it. There we go. What did I drop? Terramorphic and Runetech Mystic. Wait, X is the half the number of zombies I control rounded down. I still like that, because that's just beginning of upkeep, I get that. And then there's Renewed Solidarity, which, by the way, Renewed Solidarity is insanely good. I'm surprised how good this card felt to play. So this one is creature. This enchantment enters, choose a creature type. I choose a zombie. Creatures you control of that type get +1 attack. Or power, whatever you want to call it again. At the beginning of your end step, for each token you control of the chosen type that entered this turn, create a token that's a copy of it. Think about like that with Endless Ranks of the Dead. I get a board. I get another board. Getting renewed for my Elf Ball deck. It is so good. Like, my god, it felt so great in that like last night's game when I got to play it. Like, I didn't realize how great it was gonna feel, because I just started I had 2 binding mummies, so if I needed to, I could tap down things pretty easily. Anytime I basically, because I'm gonna be honest, the card that overperformed the most with this deck so far, outside of obviously the commander, has been Psychic Frog. Psychic Frog, I think, is one of the best card inclusions to this deck that I made. Like, holy shit. Grayspawn Sovereign, the Endless Rank, that is. True. But yeah, so Psychic Frog, insane. It's an instant trigger, discard, get a +1/+1 counter on this card, on Psychic Frog. And that basically means for 0 mana, I get a discard trigger. So if I only have 3 mana available to me, I can just get triggers from that easily. It's so nice. I love it. But yeah, like, this card's gonna be a scary card if I can get it, because it just means that, like, it's one of those ones where this might have anti-synergy, but also synergy, and I'm still trying to toss that up. Because, like, I played a game against someone that played this, copied it, and it basically became one of my best pieces for a while. But I'm trying to figure out if that was just, like, a failure on my part to read the situation. I still lost the game, and that's why I'm wondering if it is actually worth it or not. Basically, I draw cards when people cast non-creature spells. The thing is, it itself's not coming out, so the discard 3 cards thing as well is nice, but it's not going to help me because it's going to be a token, right? And exiling the token copy of this will just kill it, so... I think it's still good, I just don't think it's great. But I think it's a really great draw engine if I have it out. It's such a hard choice at this point. For Crawl from the Cellar, it's really hard because it genuinely feels like a really good card for this deck. And I just don't know what goes out for it. Because, like, if I was to just full go, you know what, I'm making, like, a try-hard version of it, there's a lot of cards I could pull out of this. A lot of the zombie synergy. I've said that before, like, this deck is held back by it being a zombie synergy deck. I could just make a decent deck that happens to have a soft bit of zombie synergy to deal with Hashton's things that come out. And then be fine with that. But no, this is way more fun, because I get to flood the board with a shitload of zombies. One of the Marauders being removed for it? I mean, like, I like having Fleshbag and Accursed. Because having both is just a lot of removal for it. And honestly, I stand by, if I was to be really objective about it, it's probably Geisha. I like this card a lot, but it's just not got enough going on to stop. To, like, justify it, I think. Again, it is the weakest link. It kinda is. Because, again, it's just being played for maybe occasionally generating a couple of tokens that aren't that great, and Anthem. And I have other Anthems even in this deck that are just better. I mean, the thing I can say is it can be left in for now until we come across the thing to remove it, right? So I think we'll say the sadness of Geisha comes out. And we put in, Crawl from the Cellar. And then I remove something else that I know comes out, like D-Spark, right? Or, well, there's a couple of other things I could remove, like the Talismans. It can come out properly later. There we go. Talisman of Hierarchy came out for it. Because again, this isn't the current version of the deck, this is the final version of the deck we're looking at on there. The current version of the deck is still missing a lot of these cards. So it was the Instant Remastered version we got. I think it was this version. This looks like it's probably going to be a special one. Yeah, that's this version. There we go. That took so long to make that decision, but like that's the difficulty when you start getting to like a deck that you've really been working with. Right? I know, they're paying well, yeah. Because, like, it's... The difficulty on top of all of this is that fact that, and I will keep reiterating this, is this deck is so close to just being a deck I could just go, you know what? Fuck all of this, like, zombie synergy stuff, with, I don't know, like, this one and shit like that, right? Actually, this is a card that should probably come out, realistically. Because, like, it's good, but, like, unless I discard this and then summon it and then maybe summon a second one, it's probably not that worth it. But, I don't know, it could do enough to nuke things. We'll see how it goes. Point is, there's a lot of cards that could come out of this deck very easily and just be answered with, like, putting in, we've talked about it before, Leveler and the other spells, right? And just completely break the game and not be fun. I'm already bad enough with Ginger Taxes. Like, we've all acknowledged this. Actually, there's a site, and I need to go look at that site. Only you're in green. It would be nice if I was in green. The MTG singles, like, there's a New Zealand website. I need to start using this more often. Because it basically finds all of the stores in New Zealand for this. Good lord, just looking at some of those cards at the bottom, you can't see the prices. Be thankful you can't see the 3,600. I think that's New Zealand dollar, right? Is that New Zealand dollar or is that Australian? Yeah, it's New Zealand dollar. Oh boy. Ah. Slight Blade. Still like almost $4,000. But yeah, like, yesterday, when I played it, Ginger Texas did get a lot of targeting. And I'm gonna be straight with you. That's kind of why it's there. Is it supposed to be a way of pulling out the thing? 3 times the price of Geish's Gaea's Cradle? Yeah. What does it do? This one? Let's see. Tap to add 3 colorless mana to your pool. This mana may be used to cast artifacts. It is a land. Wait, a land that just taps for 3 colorless? For an artifact deck? Okay, sure, it's for an artifact deck. An artifact deck? Yikes, that is actually really good. An artifact deck with a land that taps for 3 mana for it. That is scary as hell. Dude, it doesn't even, like, bounce or anything. The only requirement is it casts on artifacts. Oh no, you can only cast this 3-meter thing. Reason Tolarian Academy is banned in Commander? Yeah, like, I'm sorry, that's a very good card. Mishra's Workshop? Seems insane. Right, I'm gonna move these cards away. But yeah, like, that's just good. That's just objectively good. Let's have a look around and see if any of these cards are, like, anywhere. Cause I keep fucking not finding things. Wow. There is not cheap versions of this card, huh? Bang. Did I misspell that? No, I didn't. There's just none. Damn, that's rough. And people say, no, there are cards in New Zealand of the ones you want. It due to being foil and set with being foil means something. True, but also, why is there no other versions of it, for fuck's sakes? Don't make me go overseas again for all my fucking cards. Yeah, see, that one's fucking easy. Like, I can even get it from the nearby, one of the nearby places for $1. Fuck, I can get the foil for 80 cents from Instant Remastered. So that one's not a card that I need to really concern myself trying to get. Path to Exile. Path to Exile. Pisses me off because I can't find places that have it normally. What does this have? The Hobby Master has a few copies. That's about it. And I'd put, oh dear god, yeah, I'm not looking much higher than that. Assassin's Creed. I mean, if it's an Assassin's Creed one, I might hit up my friend that had bought a shitload of Assassin's Creed cards, and maybe they have a spare Path to Exile. If they do, I'll buy them a coffee. Well, there's a couple of versions of that around. So, yay, I guess. Don't know why there's 2 versions of it, though. Oh yes, the... Oh, there we wait, I saw it for a second there. Ah, that's not bad. I'll fucking pay 15 bucks for it. And you go down to Wellington to pick it up, probably. Depends on what the shipping cost is. I know that they do free shipping after a specific point, but it's also like... We'll see. Let's see, that should get me the Foul Blood. Hobby Master's the main one. Yeah, Hobby Master's the main place I'd be looking for it. Oh, I shouldn't be looking at this stuff. It's making me want to spend money I don't actually have. No, I misspelled it, that's why. I was about to say. Like, Hobby Master is the cheapest with a $20 version. I'm probably picking that up, if I can. Might have to go through Hobby Master again and search up a lot of these cards. Now, I heard this card here went up in price a fair bit because of this deck specifically. And there's not many copies of it as well. It's 20 bucks. I'm happy hearing that. Oh, cool. They have like a less than $1 version. Cool, cool, cool. What? Will help. Damn, that's rough. Do you have a copy of the Lich Queen for trade? Yeah, but the problem is, I don't have cards that would probably be worth trading. It's better than spending money. Yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing. It's just that's the problems. I just don't probably have things that are worth that card, simply put. And something I acknowledge. That's why, like, I'd like to do more trading, but I just don't have cards. To be fair, I'm not going to be doing much for, like, a while when it comes to things. Because, like, this deck is going to be a slow burn build-up, where I'll just keep, like, ticking away at it when I can. That's why I say, like, some of them being non-New Zealand, like, available, it's fine, because it justifies me putting it as a higher delay point. Which is good, because I shouldn't be spending so much fucking money on Magic the Gathering when I need to be upgrading my PC. Means I have to be more picky, which is good. Like I said. Because I'm sure, like, half the cards there, right, I could potentially trade for in the store, but that's under the assumption that there's cards that people would want to trade for, right? Because it's not that, like, I might have cards that are valuable, but it's not that, like, not that they're valuable, it's that either I'm playing them in a deck or the person might not like want them. And that's fine. I just don't have the collection yet for that. That's why I haven't been too spooked about trying to get a folder. I should get one though, because the way I've got my cards stored at the moment is just not okay. It's gonna have a lot of problems long term trying to figure out what I actually have. I need to actually like collate them and figure out what I have available to me. But like when I go to do that, I'll probably put them in a folder and figure it out from there. But there we go. At least I figured out, kind of, that there are... God damn. There we go. Some cards available to me that I wouldn't have to be so scared about trying to go after. Alright, it's probably about time we play some actual, like, arena for a bit. Like an hour or so, and then bugger off. So... Y'all wanna yell at me? This is me giving full right for y'all to yell at me on what I'm about to tell you. Like, 100% you have, full right to be like, you're an idiot, Malith. I didn't prep food for today. Normally I'm pretty decent with my prepping of foods and stuff like that. I didn't prep food for today, which means I didn't have breakfast. So I'm very hungry right now. I'm going on little to no energy, and it's great. Full moronic power activated with that one. I like, literally everything in the house, I have to, like, full cook up. Like, the pasta or the rice. And I woke up absolutely exhausted. Because I originally woke up at 4 AM and felt like shit, so I tried to go back to sleep. And then I woke up at about 7 and meant that I had to, like, kind of jump out of bed after I woke up a little bit more. So, like, 5 minutes later, I did all my basic stuff, and by the time I did that and got ready for what I'd need to do for stream, yeah. Use the wrong yaw. Ha ha ha. Checkmate, idiot. You've been ruined on the internet for grammar. But yeah, like, it's... I did an idiot thing. I did. I'm very upset with myself for it, because I'm normally pretty good about this. I'm normally very solid about making sure I have stuff available. I just didn't this time. So, once stream's over, my first priority is to go cook up the last of my rice in the rice cooker, so I actually have rice. And then I'll probably cook up my pasta for lunch. And then make a giant rice dish for dinner tonight. And hope to God I have enough to get me from now till Wednesday. Because I do not have any other food in the house. And yeah, that's what I get for literally not buying any groceries last week. That was a fucking tragic mistake. I thought I would be fine. Oh no, I lied. I bought like some pasta, I think. But yeah. It is what it is. Hopefully we're not going to have more weeks like this for a little while, is the main idea with why I did this. That's why, like I say, I need to chill with the money that I'm spending on Magic. Outside of literally the money to go to the Friday night, I'm probably gonna like slow down. Like I might buy 1 or 2 cards here and there. But I'll do it on a specific week, so I've got a fortnightly rotation of making sure I've got money. Because this week I need to pay my phone bill, I need to pay YouTube Premium, and I need to pay something in advance so I can make sure the week after next I have some money for food. Alright. Happy Valentine's Day. Thanks. I really don't want to be reminded of it, Magic, but alright. I'm so glad you're here to remind me constantly about how much I fucking hate Valentine's Day. We love you. I mean, that's different. I just hate Valentine's Day. I've said why many a times. I don't think we really need to go through it enough. But I very much appreciate you guys being here. It's quite nice. Good to have a bit of fun and chill out with everyone. Kill 15 of your opponent's creatures. Attack with 30 creatures. Play 40 lands. How hard would it be to make a landfall deck in here? What would a standard landfall deck look like? It's definitely gonna be green. Probably gonna have Tatiava in there. I need to select the format still. Alchemy. Okay, so these are all our landfall decks. All landfall cards. So, probably at least one of those. What is that one room enchantment where I can play from graveyard? I probably need play from graveyard effects, right? Lands from graveyard. Cycle through my deck super fast. Is it greenhouse? Is it? No. No. That one. Oh, it's fucking mythic. Eh. Have I got the one ring? What do you mean? Do you mean in this? Yes. What, like, why are you asking that question? I probably want to stick to Simic colors, right? What ramp options do we actually have? Target permanent. I might not be bad, but we don't really have a permanent to return yet. Called Temporary Forged. Yeah, but there's a problem. I don't have any Mythic. If I had Mythic, there's a lot of other cards I'd be building before that. I'm trying to mainly just make do with what cards I have and other cards. I I'm just seeing if I could toss a landfall deck together. That's probably all my uncommons gone. Yeah. Like some simulacrum going potentially. It's just a little bit more land stuff coming in. A good looking doggo. Gotta go. Got D&D starting soon. Fair enough, Matthew. Enjoy that. Catch you next week at the least. I really should come in more than just the weekly stuff. Or the once a week. I could probably play that and put at least another one in. Because I can kick her pretty easily with this kind of deck. Problem is I can't do another one of those because it's an uncommon. The once off kind of feels awful, but oh well. If I had ways to access Graveyard, it would be really nice. But, like, there's none that are below Mythic, I believe, for land recursion. Oh yeah, I saw someone get this the other day at the shop. It was very funny. I can't wait for someone to make, like, a full-blown deck with those in properly. It's just funny. Galter. Galter just be like, hey, do you want to play cards? Here's all of the cards, have fun. Fuck everything. Just don't think there's anything else I really care about here. Like, as much as I'd like to do more Simic, I don't see there being any Simic cards I have available to me. Wait, what? Conjure a duplicate of a random creature card with mana value X into the battlefield where X is 2+ the exiled creatures. Ugh. That's kind of funny. No. Yeah. Just the, let's see, whenever a or another creature enters, return up to one owner's hand. Tempting. My god, are you serious? What the fuck is that? At the beginning of your end step, if you played if a land entered the battlefield under your control this turn, and you control a prime number of lands, create a fucking Primo the Invisible, a legendary 0 green blue fractal creature token, and then put that +1 mini counters on it. Fucking yikes. That is a hell of a card. See, now that would be a fun one. I mean, I could craft some. Oh, wait. Fucking from the grave to the... Yeah. So I supposedly need 3 more cards. I probably am just going to go to lands and remove suggest land. And just put in a few extra things. Specifically, Evolving Wilds. Yes, Command Tower. It's such an incredible one. Oh yeah, I have 2 versions. One's that one, one's that one, yeah. Okay, I have 1 over at the moment, so I'm probably just gonna take out one of the Terramorphics. Land. Let's try this out. I want to see how this deck performs. I don't expect it to be good, but it is to get us through one of the quests, which is to just play lands. Right? Play lands. Land. Land. Gotta love it takes me like 20-30 minutes to do a fucking dig. Like that. It's kinda tragic. Yeah, I'll keep that. Sure, I don't have a blue mana for Tativa, but that's fine. Now I do. I feel like I should be very scared about what's about to happen to me. I think I've been too slow here, haven't I? Like, they've already got their shit. They're about to swing at me with a good bit of damage and it's just gonna escalate, probably. Fucking everything is everything. God damn. I mean, yeah, those are flying. Cool. Ow. Fuck it. I'm pretty much dead here, I'll be honest. Definitely gonna need one of those. Honestly, I should probably just get 2 islands. How did I get this much in the way of fucking land all of a sudden? I love this. Well, there you go. I now understand why Simic's fucking dumb. Did someone say landfall? Land! This man has 3 mana, I have fucking 11. How many more lands do I have available to me? Let's get this. So I'm taking 12 damage here. Except I could just block an ornithopter. How much should I block actually? No, I'll block the fucking messenger. Oh, I fucking misplayed that. I needed to play this first. Bored. I feel like playing this here might actually have been a good bet as well. Triggers. More triggers. Ah, that's good. No, I need those. Don't need this. Don't need this. Don't need this. I only need to discard 2? Okay. Bruce having fun with his nudie ass cards. Dealing with life in 20s and found out, darn. Forgot that I can even apply. Can't even apply for a job right now. Wanted to apply for social welfare earlier. Yeah. Rather gonna move VTuber. Grind not hours, but experience and knowledge. I mean, experience and knowledge is the important thing, right? Oh, you realized all of a sudden that I have 2 reaches? Yeah. There you go. I mean, like, I don't like the way you've gone with the, like, my only move is VTube, even for experience. Like, there is more than a few movements to do. Or a few moves. Shoehorning in on just one move is very, very scary. Like, I'm not saying don't go for it, I'm just saying don't deny other avenues. There are more. Like, game div, right? I could just give up on VTubing, do game div solo, and that's an option for me. And that would probably make me more money, realistically. At this stage, yeah. The amount of time I spend playing games on stream, just shred that out all of a sudden, it's gonna be amazing. What I'd get done? Oh. Great. But, at some point. I'm in a situation where I can do this, so I'll keep doing this. But it's because I'm in a situation where I can. Loot being in here is really nice. Mossburn Hydra is also really nice. I'll check through pages, and yeah, like, let's say that VTubing is my main gig in basket for now. That's better. But, like, that's why I say, like, go look through different random things. Go do some writing, go do some art, go do whatever you feel like. Because at the end of the day, there's a lot of options available to you. The problem is that there's too many options, realistically. What a bitch! Oh, you were so getting hit by a Mossborn Hydra. You suck ass. I'm fucking dropping a doubling season and fucking throwing shit at him. You're telling me to develop skills, but how about you? What do you mean? You're telling me that I'm not developing skills? Do you have any idea how much my free time is that? That's literally all I do is develop my skills. Actually, to my detriment, that is what I do. By the way, I don't know if it's intended, but on mobile I can't see the cards in your hand. I mean, it's kind of hard to see the cards in hand in general with the layout. It's not really intended, but I don't really have a good answer against it. But that's fair. I mean, I've only got 3 cards in hand. Right? It's not like I've got an insanely cool amount of plays going on here. What are you doing, bud? you figured it out. Alright. Melith is a red pill person. He grinds skill points RL. Pretty much. I mean, like, when I'm not programming, I'm doing art, and when I'm not doing art, I'm doing editing, and when I'm not doing any of those, I'm playing games to get better at them. And learn about other games and see what I can learn from them. And then when I'm not doing that, I'm doing other, education-based things. Like, there's a reason why I've been talking about how I do want to get back onto doing, like, Duolingo. Getting back into language studies, because it would just be really good for me, I think, to have another study outlet and have improvement for something that I can see tangibly as well, improving over time. Because then I'll actually get the rewarding nature out of that, as well as Duolingo is a really good example of what people should actually do with education, which is gamify it. When you do art, you hate yourself? Yeah, but the difference is that it still needs to be done. Right? Like, I'm under no false illusion, like how much I hate art, but how much it's also something I'm decent at, and can potentially make me decent money. I'd be curious to see if they would have blocked. Probably not. Alright. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. They're very scary now. Well, that gives them something to be fucking shit scared of, at least. Well, I started using these English language pronunciation apps yesterday. Today I tried to work on my buddy Chris alongside a cool YouTube tutorial, speaking for like 20 minutes. See, like, that's great. That's awesome. I'm an idiot. I fucking, my brain just completely blipped there with forgetting the legend rule. Didn't really matter. But if anything, it got a loot out of my deck, which is kind of good, because they're not going to remove my loot. The elf would have been better, though. Just objectively better. So that's, if I do that, I'm left with 6 total. Yeah. Arguably, I should have done this the other way around. In fact, I am. Because I can do this. Perfect. There we go. Now I'm threatening some good damage. I hope my English will get better. For instance, when I tried speaking to Americans on Discord last time, there was some misunderstandings due to accent plus pronunciation problems. I mean, that's always going to be the case, right? Because, like, there's the same issue I have with Americans as well. There's some words I use. Like, one example you'll have with, like, Europe and America, a big one is, I say, mayor, where they will say mayor. I grew up with people saying mayor constantly as well, is the other thing. This is objectively the correct thing to do in this case, yeah. Because now... No, it was the right thing to do. So, now I swing with these two. Have fun, buddy! You got a 17-17 and a 32-32, both of trample, flying at your face. You can do it. You get used to it with time. I used to have a New Zealand friend. I couldn't understand shit of what they said. Had to ask slowly. So yes, what you've just said there, by the way, is one of the big things, and I admit that I try and do my best with that. Is New Zealanders are one of the fastest naturally speaking English countries in the world. Now, this is actually a phenomenon. So we speak English at a faster speed than the vast majority of other English-speaking countries. It's just weird. We do skip out on a lot of specific phonetic aspects, though, that you'll find in a lot of the other places. So we underpronounce, in a sense. Which should be just pronounced differently, but is a big thing, right? So you'll actually notice that a lot when I do get more excited about a subject, I do tend to talk faster, and I will openly admit to that. I try and make a very intense effort to not, like, overdo that at any point. Like, when I'm streaming, I try and make an active effort to speak slower. And realize that is the point, right? Is like, when I'm speaking, this is me trying to slow down the speed at which I'm speaking. It's very hard for us to get, very easy for us to get way too over the top of it. Okay, I'm going to pick up this Selesnya fella, because I kind of want it for Brawl. Try not to do a deck around it. Misspelling, let's go. I mean, yeah, but it's like, it's a genuine phenomenon that's very fascinating. That's why I like talking about it. Because when I was doing linguistics, we talked about it a lot throughout stuff. But yeah, this is the thing, is at the end of the day, the most important thing when it comes to language, and this is the misunderstanding a lot of people have, is that as long as I can understand what you're saying, and you can understand what I'm saying, there is no issue. Like, truly. We understand each other? Cool. Doesn't really matter. I have a question, go for it. enters or attacks, choose a target artifact from your graveyard. You may sacrifice an artifact. If you do, return the chosen card to the battlefield. Interesting. Oh god, I got Unstoppable Plan. Oh no. Oh jeez. Okay, well, that's a disgusting card. To anyone that might not know, this is a very, very disgusting card. Also, I should actually... You know what I should do? Give me a second. This might also help with some of the positioning. Yeah, that'll help with the positioning a little bit. Yeah, so this is the card that, like, everyone's bitching about. Well, one of the cards that people are bitching about. It's a really strong card. Untap all non-land permanents you control. That's... Artifacts are being very happy right now. Artifacts are very, very happy. There's plenty of other things, but artifacts especially like that. Could a New Zealander beat Eminem in terms of words rapped by in one breath? That's a very different thing. Because, like, if I got more excited and talked very, very fast... like, talking like this isn't actually all that difficult. I could talk about this kind of speed pretty regularly, and a lot of people would actually understand what I'm talking about, and it wouldn't be too difficult to kind of maintain the conversation with this, especially based on the topic at hand. Like, if we're talking language, I have a lot of things I could talk about with that. And that was one breath. Does that kind of answer your question? I don't know. Simple fact is, New Zealanders can talk very fast. And pretty naturally too. That's a little over the top natural, admittedly, but yeah. We're good at getting information down quick and fast. I can't keep this hand. Better. Say bye to one of the Llanowar elves. Play Island, Spelunk, Evolving Wild. I would prefer this to come down, I'll be honest. What's my next turn? I kind of want to get, Bone down, so probably Evolving Wild. Because this is 4 mana, 5 mana. That's 2, 1, and then we have the 3 even just with the Llanowar elves. Oh, but that's better. That's so much better to play here now. Yeah, the Hydra's gonna be a problem, because they are red-green. Blanking on the name for that. Yeah, here it is. I can burst those two out very suddenly. Green? What's your problem, green? It's green or red. It's the coloring means that they can get quite aggressive, and I don't like how aggressive they can get, especially knowing that they've got a Mossborn Hydra. But I'm playing Simic. I do remember that one. Okay, that's kind of rough. Yeah, I let that roll. That's kind of sad to see Bonnie go. I really do like his draw effect, or his on attack effect. This is also going to be a big threat. This thing's just going to swing and swing hard. I would really love a loot next turn, I think. I see. Just going for draw. You gonna swing? Because I do kill your Mossborn Hydra here. No, you don't. Cool. I'm gonna explain these things. Alright, there we go. I have a card game mechanic for you. Why not a single card game? Is there a 3D model representing the character on the card? Isn't that just Yu-Gi-Oh? Damn. Incredible. Imagine I'll just become Kaiba. I just need the multi-billion-dollar company and I can make it. Realistically, Kaiba's stuff that he did is doable. It's just so not worth it. And that's the funniest part about it all. Alright, that Mossborn Hydra, how much can it grow this turn? It can probably grow to 1832. My gaming knowledge just got humbled. Dude, I would love to play with that, but I also don't really see enough of an opportunity. Yeah, so it's going to 32. Oh, 36, sorry, 36. Well, let's see. I'm definitely blocking a bit of it. So that blocks out... I wish it fucking showed. 8, 12... I mean, I live, and they're dead on the backswing. No, they're not. Oh, fuck. Dude, this is one of the worst parts of fucking Magic, is that it doesn't show you numbers. Like, could it, for the love of God, it's so hard to read that shit sometimes. I got it. No, I got the math wrong. I'm not denying I got the math wrong because I was like, oh, it's 12, so it's thing. Again, I was still thinking on the 32. I fucking hate that shit. I hate that so fucking much. Keep. I'm gonna do the incredible turn 1 play. Oh, game's having a moment. Sick. The strongest of turn 1 players. Forest and Delano are elf. Fear me. Nah, you did a turn 2, you suck ass. I didn't think so. Loot! I am now so much mana ahead of them, holy shit. Oh, board presence in general, but like a motherfucking land is going wild. Here 4 damage. I don't stop that. Alright, I think this is the correct play. And hope to God I hit. Oh, I do! I'll pay you for free art advice. Do you know some resources that could learn art mesh shading / rendering? Fuck off. Not off the top of my head. I could probably look. I mean, ironically enough, my immediate statement on that is, I highly recommend looking at the Pirate Software Discord and looking in the art channels there, because there'll be actual, like, really good advice there available. Like, really, really genuinely good advice going on over there. No matter what I say, they will just beat out anything I go to say. And I'm sure you could ask that question there, and you'd probably get, like, advice that's the insider sort of knowledge. I'm dead. But yeah, like, if you go into the Pirate Software Discord, they've got, like, channels and, discussions and all that stuff around that, and they'll have, like, ones where you can specifically go there. Got some self-esteem problems, too. I know, the difference is, I'm just acknowledging what I'm good at and what I'm not. I've done research, doesn't mean I'm fucking good at it. Alright? That's fine. There's a big difference between self-esteem and figuring out what you're good at and what you're not. I don't think I've ever had a problem understanding you. I mean, I appreciate that. That's nice to hear. But yeah, no, they'll be able to do a lot better with it. Go through the New Zealand trials before. Yeah, that's fair. There is too many situations where that goes badly for me. But yeah, no, when it comes to, things, there's a different, yeah, I stand by it. There's a difference between self-esteem and acknowledging what I know and what I don't know, right? And that is built from actually ego, from when I did my degree. Because I recognize what I do know, what I don't know, and learned to do that better. This probably should come down next turn, I think. Is it next turn? 2 more? Yeah, it's next turn. Alright, see how you do this, bud. It's trample. You got... Gotta do more than that. Alright, well, I guess not. What's this current deck about? It's called, it's based around a mechanic called landfall. So in Magic, land is your mana. You play land, you get, and you can use it to tap for mana. So you play your cards. Landfall is when, is cards will have landfall on it, and it will say, like, when you play a land, do an effect. So I'm all about, like, playing out a shitload of land, playing out a big bunch of bullshit, and then just kind of, like, winning from there. The problem is that the deck style is really easy if you have a little bit of clear in your deck. If you clear away my stuff, I kind of can't rebuild, and I'm out of all of my power. Like, this is an incredibly gorgeous hand for me. Got 4 lands, 1 fetch thing, and a way to play more lands per turn. Actually, I probably shouldn't play Bushwhack here. It is also a sorcerer. The landlord, basically. But yeah, like if you read here, so I've pulled it up on the left side there. Tatyova is landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, I gain 1 life and I draw a card. I'm gonna do this now. And I'm gonna search for an island. Because that's what's in my hand. So I'm gonna play islands out now. I'm gonna play an island, I'm gonna play loot, and then I can play another island to back it up. Because loot means I can play an additional land per turn as well. Because you can only normally play 1 land per turn. So they're playing the heal synergy decks that I play. I play this kind of deck a lot. I probably just lose to it, I'm gonna be honest, but I'm gonna try. No, I don't want to attack. No attack, there we go. Tried to press no attack, but I think I almost clicked all attack, but it didn't go through, thank God. But yeah, they're playing heal synergy. They basically gain a lot of health, and then like this gets +1/+1 for whenever you gain life. So they love just playing shit out, tempoing constantly, and getting a lot of big stuff. I don't have removal in this deck as cleanly, so I just actively do worse. They're probably gonna hit the Brontodon. No, you bitch! You hit the actual good answer there! My little fucking grow from the ashes. No! They're paying attention. Yeah, I've lost here. I've just lost here. Cool. I don't get back into the game from there. There is not a single card draw in my deck that gave me swing back. Which, by the way, I've talked about this before, I dislike in League of Legends people having like the FF mentality where it's like, oh, I gotta surrender because the game's either not fun or it's not going in my favor. The difference in that is you've got 5 players versus 5 players. It's a very different scenario because there's so many interweaving aspects that could change the game state very quickly. In this case scenario, it's okay because it's 1-on-1, and as you heard me say, there is not a card in my deck, because I know what's in my deck, that changes the outcome of that game. And that's an acknowledgement of, you could argue it's like, oh, that build your deck better. It's like, sure, whatever. But like, yeah. I played that one a little poorly. They got some good cards as well. Go from there. Alright? Oh, it's the insect druid. Yeah. Okay. Other creatures you control gain haste until end of turn. Put a 1/1 counter on this creature. Exhaust, create a red dragon, creature token with flying. Okay. It's all about having a positive mindset to it. It's like from that I learned my play out was bad, and this deck doesn't do really well into one of the more meta decks, which is the heal synergy. And we already kind of knew that. Because unless I build up super quickly and hit my momentum really well, I pretty much lose. This might not be a wise hand to keep, but I'm going to keep it. Because if I hit any of my major threats, this becomes an amazing hand. Also, doubling season's amazing. Bro. That's one of my major threats there. If I can get... The problem is this isn't play out. This is just, yeah. I don't need mana for the next 3 turns. If I hit loot, I still have time. If I hit loot next turn, I just play out. Yeah, I play it all out and then I can play bushwork anyway. Okay. I mean, if you're gonna waste it, sure. Okay, I didn't hit loot. So do I have enough mana in hand by, think, 1, 2, 3, 4? Or 2. So I will have enough to get Pony on the board when it comes down. So I'm going to play an island here. And pass. Could you maybe tell me any basic shading techniques, or do you really not know? My drawings just always looks weird. So shading's a weird one. Again, that's up to the individual, I will say. And that might not be the answer you're looking for, and I know. But like, the amount of times I have tried to explain shading, I can only explain it probably best by... Oh! Sorry, I'm getting a little distracted on some of these things because they're getting scary. It's not gonna help me right now, but it's still good for this. It also might drag real big attention. But shading, there is a lot of great tutorials on YouTube for it that have people actually going like really in depth for it. Trying to think of a better statement on that. I'm just gonna do this now. I should do it later, but... What could I offer for better shading argument? I don't know if I've got anything better to really say. Like, it's very a visual thing, I feel. So, like, anything I might say is just still not gonna be adequate enough to explain what would need to be done. Like, maybe just looking at some more visual things for it. I mean, it's just simply as, like, look at what other people do, right? I did it in the wrong order. Oh, I didn't fucking pay attention. What was the correct answer then? Not to swing? I think the correct answer there was to just not swing. Yeah. Because swinging with my Ox meant that I took 10 damage, which put me at below HP. Are you gonna copy my play? No, you're gonna do bushwork instead. Alright. We're gonna see blue come out. Alright. Got it. How am I gonna play this? Do I just ramp hard, ramp quick, try and get Bonnie out? Yeah, I can do. So, they're trying to do the same sort of deck I'm doing. Simic landfall. That's not too surprising. It's a decent deck. It's a 7/7. Yeah. Oh, you little shit. You're gonna fucking regret that. that is how you get a board. There it is, they clicked. Because I have doubling season down, they just got insane. So this is pretty much what the deck's trying to do here, and I feel like I should explain this. So these have landfall. Whenever a land enters, I create an elf by default. You see these little fellas here. This has, I create a 4/4 beast. Thing is, doubling season here is if an effect would create one or more tokens under my control, I create twice that many. So by having 2 of these down, every landfall was creating me a total of 4, which is why I have 8, because I got 2 landfall triggers. And then I was getting 4 of these because of that. So I was basically generating an obscene amount of creatures on my board. They couldn't stop that. And every time I attack, because of Boney, whenever you attack, draw a card, then you may put a land from your hand or graveyard onto the battlefield. I kept putting Evolving Wilds on, which is sacrifice this land, go get a basic land from my deck. I can do this at instant speed, so I'm basically putting this land on from the graveyard, sacking it, putting it back in the graveyard, and bringing out a land, and I can just keep doing that until I have no more land in my deck. This is why, like, it was just getting more and more obscene, especially if they have 1 card in hand, and they have only an 8/8 Moss Spawn Hydra, which is doubles its counters, so it will go to a 16/16 next time they play the land, and so on and so forth. This Moss Spawn Hydra is one of the win cons for my deck as well, but Bonnie is like the reason this deck's doing so well, I'm gonna be honest. That's why I was a little upset to see the cow go, because he summons a cow, summons an ox, sorry, that is stats equal to the amount of lands I control. So I just spam out lands, spam out everything, so the landfall comes through really cleanly. It's not a good deck. It loses to a lot of other decks, but if any deck tries to play slightly greedy, I can normally push out faster than them. Like, that's the point with Simic, is that you do a lot at once, but if anyone deals with your board, you lose. I said this earlier, but it's kind of, again, reiterate. That's why we're keeping this hand. Because this is 4 lands, a way of fetching land, a way of fetching land, and Bonnie. Bonnie comes down on curve at this point. Well, before curve. And more land, you say. Playing this one, comes in tapped no matter what. So, we get 1 life. Nice and easy. Same reason why they did their one. Same argument. Now, best case scenario is I hit an Evolving Wild soon for Bonnie, because otherwise we're not really going to get much out of him. Like that. Cool, we've ramped up. We are now 4 mana available to us. 1 is blue. I need 2 blue. And then Bonnie, so I could just play Island next turn and then play Bonnie, and then we could play Evolving Wilds off of Bonnie's attack. Or off this if I wanted to. Sure. I'm happy to lose my cliff top. So play this. Wait, am I wrong? I miscounted 2. Yeah, I'm 1 off. That's fine. Means I can play this. I'm assuming this is supposed to be the speed thing coming in, and it's being a bit weird. Yeah. Yep, that's how your engines goes up. Cool. Alright, we're online. We got doubling seasons as well, because Bonnie draws us a card, so we cycle through really, really nicely and cleanly, which is just so nice. That's kind of sad to see. Is that it? Alright. Haste at the beginning of combat, to trade a token, and there just is haste. Alright, let's that. I'd love to hit a landfall card soon. I'm running it. I don't have a landfall at the moment. That's the problem. They removed one of my core engines, which is really wise. They're 1 away from max speed, which is scary. I can kick at this. Get a shitload of things. Is that gonna help me here? I'm gonna shreds my deck. I'm gonna just shred deck, get lands out, swing with the Ox. Yeah, okay, they quit out because of the Ox. It doesn't have trample, but like, it's so fucking big at this stage that they were just not gonna ever be able to deal with it, and I'd have to like keep constantly soft blocking it, which is not a good position for them to be in when they want to play aggro into me. So what I'm seeing is, yeah, like, unless it's a deck where they can play a lot more passively, actually, is the more thing. It's not even more greedy, it's more passive. If they can play more passive out than me, they're probably going to win. Every Bonnie, man, he's in every hand, and it's just hard not to keep because of that. He's so fucking good of a card. Because I don't have a turn play, I'm just gonna do the Vomit Lance. So we just have it ready for when Bonnie comes down. I'm on pure curve at the moment, no ramp. It sucks. Especially when this hits me. Oh yeah, I've probably lost here. I'll see what he does this turn. If it doesn't look promising, I might just concede. Because he's got flyers, I don't have that much. I have reach, sure, but like, not amazing reach. Not reach, I'm happy losing. Sack it. Yes, I just played to just force him to sack it. That's... I just want to make sure he doesn't have a big thing. Okay, that's kind of rough. Can't attack or block or activate any abilities. Alright. I mean, I have answers to that. So first of all, we're going to do this. Second of all, we're going to... He can't sack. I can still use it as an 8/8 fucking fling you at your face. And I don't need the land, I need the... Oh, you son of a bitch. Yeah, so that's... That kind of card there is how you beat me. Okay. That's a... Yeah, I've just lost. Oh. I can block it one turn. He goes up to 40, I lose my creature, he doesn't. I can't beat that. There's nothing in my deck the turn after that gets me back, unless Bonnie, I guess? Bonnie got me back? Bonnie got back? What? Yeah, that board wipe killed me. That board wipe killed me. Remember how I said earlier I hadn't eaten all day? I'm starting to remind myself of that all of a sudden. Don't know why. This is probably going to be my last game. So, this is a decent hand. Mossborn Hydra with enough mana to pull it out and a bunch of stuff to follow it up. 3 mana and cards I can play. It'd be nice if I had a Llanowar Elf, but, you know, life is what it is. Mossborn Hydra comes out of my hand. Oh. Alright. probably lost, honestly. Because I don't have any other big things to come down now. Well, I got the giant, but the giant's gonna take so long to get out. By the time it comes out, I've probably gotten too far behind. Yeah, cool. Fridge empty today. It's just I didn't prep any of my rice. I've got a kg of rice there, it's just uncooked. And I've got a little bit of pasta left to cook as well. So none of it was doable before the stream. I'll have lunch. Like, I'll have lunch and stuff like that. It's just really tight on everything this week. I'll play one more, because that was just way too quick. I mean, I'll probably play to the hour. Yeah, I might as well. Close to. Like, a couple more games. Depending on their speed. If it's a longish, intense one, I'll just call it after that. But yeah, like, the rice I had there is just not worth using. Because it's literally, like, less than about a tablespoon is what's left remaining in my fridge. So that's why I need to just go do more. Veg and chicken pasta. It'd be nice, but I don't have chicken. I don't have any protein. I've not had protein for like a week. Killing that? Nah. That's fine. Have this, so I'll play this sister. And then I can kind of pick and choose what I want to play next turn. This kind of is worth, especially how slow they're playing. You're getting a lot of removal, and not a lot of shit's going on their board. I still get the landfall trigger. Really? When I've got a 7/7 with trample on the board that's gonna one-shot you next turn. Or near to. You've got to have another removal at hand now. Yeah. Oh, that sucks. Okay, please give me, like, Bonnie. Bonnie here is how I win. Well, Bonnie is how I get back into this game. That doesn't help me here. Can't attack, gotta hold the block. Okay, I've lost. I've been on top deck mentality there for too long. They just, their whole hand was fucking removal. Like, I'm okay with some removal, but like when it's at the point where I'm like, okay, cool, I literally just am top deck and yeah. Like every card I played that was removed. Like, they spent all of their resources. I needed just one more thing, and I would have gotten there. That's the problem. So if I had gotten, like, Bonnie on that turn, instead of doubling seasons, I actually probably won the game. Because I'll just swing with the elf and get so much out of it. This is a decent curve. I can get the lookout down pretty early on. I can do this easily. I don't think I play it here, though. I don't play it there, I play it here. And go fetch a, forest. Forest or an island? I think actually an island, ironically. Evolving Wilds, huh? We need more Miku cards? I mean, Miku doesn't... none of the Miku cards are in here. I'd love to get Miku cards, though. Fucking pay me 100 New Zealand dollars and I'll go get the new ones. I'm probably gonna lose from this position. I can take 3 damage. I can't play this Kick It. Do kind of need the mana available though. I needed this to block whatever's biggest soon. Because I have an amazing hand here once I get to play next turn. Like, Tatiova comes down, Evolving Wilds trigger, I do Evolving Wilds off of it, so I get Landfall trigger. That's 5, 7 damage coming my way. I need to block this. I'll leave it at that. Pop this on their turn. And Bonnie comes down next turn. Play this next turn, swing with the Ox. Play this next turn. God, I would love Spelunking next turn. Spelunking would probably win me the game. That probably lost me the game. Bully. Because now I'm just constantly on this back foot scenario, and I can't get another thing back. Yeah, no, I'm dead. Those are unblockable. They swing next turn, I'm dead. They were just keeping stuff in case I swung. But the Ox did anything special. Yep. That'll be the last game. I got to manage to get that last one done. The last challenge. Not too bad. Don't have any more packs open, right? Yeah. I'm 100 off. Well. It is what it is, right? We're getting there with the collection, though. Got a decent amount of cards from Aether Drift now. I think I can look at profile to see collection amount. Yeah, 22%. Not too bad. I do need to, like, focus on Aether Drift and Foundations, I think, for a good little while. And just, like, really get a lot of these cards going. Because I just need to stop, like, trying to build for the Brawl decks that, so me and, Muffin can play silly decks. Probably should just focus on actually making proper decks to then play more decks to play happily into Standard. So I can get more quests done. Because, like, I've been buying Phyrexia or will be 1 packs to get more of the cards from that to finish the other deck. And obviously I want to do the Slivers one some point. But, like, that requires, yeah, so that requires 12 common, 11 uncommon, 31 rares, and 10 mythics. We have 10, 3, 1, and 1. We need 31 rares, I have 1. It's not happening for a while. Which is sad. But I think I'm getting to the point where I'm understanding Magic the Gathering a lot better. Understanding play patterns, I'm understanding kind of expectations and cards that I should be paying attention for, which is like the important stuff, right? Game is closed. I'm probably gonna, like I said though, finish up here because I need to make food. Very, very badly do I need to make food. It is, yeah, 3 p.m. into a day and I haven't eaten yet. Spicy. So with that being the case, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, goodbye.